Yes, Mr. Lancaster.
Thank you, Commissioner. Before I call Ms Segal, I note that the witnesses appearing today are from organisations who are newly represented at the bar table, and I'd just ask them to announce
Yes,
their
indeed.
names.
Well, Ms Segal is giving evidence for the second time. There's no need to re-swear Ms Segal.
Thank you.
Commissioner, my name is Collins. I appear for the Australian Broadcasting Corporation.
Oh, Mr Collins, my apologies.
Please, the Commission, my name is Chapman. I appear for SBS.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chapman.
And Giles and Ms Segal again.
Yes, thank you. Very well.
Ms Segal, you are, of course, the Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism.
Yes.
You prepared your first statement dated the 30th of April this year, and you've prepared a further statement dated 30 June 2026.
Yes, correct.
The contents of that statement true and correct?
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender that statement. Its document ID is STAT.899.001.0426.
Yes, the statement will be received as an exhibit.
Ms Segal, when you gave evidence during hearing block 1, you explained your own professional background, your appointment to your current office, and in broad terms the work of that current office. I won't ask you to repeat that now, but I will address immediately your plan to combat anti-Semitism, which was released on the 10th of July 2025, a year ago tomorrow. Correct?
Important day, yes. Thank you.
Now that plan contained 13 focus areas of action for combating anti-Semitism.
It did?
And one focus area was culture, arts and public broadcasting.
Yes.
And in your statement, your second statement, just tendered at 7, you note that between October and December last year, you developed a supplement to the plan, which is titled Implementing the Special Envoy's Plan to Combat Anti-Semitism Action Plan for Government.
Yes, I did.
And you delivered that action plan to the government in January 2026.
Yes.
And part of that action plan relates to the media.
It does.
And you've annexed that part of the action plan to your statement as Annexure B, haven't you?
Yes.
And just to confirm, before you have given evidence today, have you reviewed statements provided by the ABC Editorial Director and the ABC Ombudsman?
Yes.
Thank you. In your plan, and I can go to it if you wish, but can I just...
The action plan or the plan?
The plan.
Yep.
It's STAT.899.0034.0005. On page 11 of the plan, which is page 13 of the PDF, you say this: culture shapes perception. Publicly funded institutions like arts festivals, galleries and public broadcasters must uphold anti-discrimination values and be accountable for the narratives they promote. While freedom of expression, particularly artistic expression, is vital to cultural richness and should be protected, funding provided by Australian taxpayers should not be used to promote division or spread false or distorted narratives.
Yes.
In the statement, your second statement to the Commission, in particular paragraphs 30 and 32, can I just address two parts of those paragraphs with you. In paragraph 30 you say the ABC and SBS are public broadcasters with statutory obligations over and above their professional responsibility to present news and information accurately, impartially and objectively. They occupy a particularly significant position in Australian life, shaping national discourse and cultural norms.
Yes, that's correct, in my opinion.
And in paragraph 32, you have said in your statement the editorial priorities and decisions of the ABC and SBS have far-reaching impacts on the Australian psyche, our national discourse and outlook, and accepted truths, noting that they are Australia's, quote, most trusted news brands, unquote. That's your understanding?
Yes.
Your statement does refer to private media here and there, but it's fair to say your focus is on the role of the public broadcasters. Is that right?
My focus in the statement or my focus generally?
Both.
Well, certainly it's the focus of the statement. I think my focus is on both. I think they're both important. I think that, as I said, the ABC and SBS are the most trusted brands, and they are watched by many opinion makers, and therefore I think it's very important. And some of the evidence that was given before this commission by one of your experts last week also made it clear that young people were increasingly listening to the ABC and SBS. So I think they're very important. And they have, because of their public funding, they have additional responsibilities set out in their charters. And so that's why I think they also have a special responsibility. But I do think commercial media is also extremely important. And I make that point in my statement. And I have continued to meet with them, as well as obviously with the SBS and ABC.
You've referred in your statement to the what you describe as the unique duties and obligations placed on public broadcasters, and you're referring there to the statutory character of many of those duties and obligations.
Yes.
Now, to take the ABC and its statute as the first example, do you have in mind the following types of obligations? So one is the obligation of the ABC under its charter in section 6(1)(a) of the Act to provide comprehensive broadcasting services of a high standard.
Yes.
Is another that you have in mind that you consider it's important to note the ABC is obliged under its charter to provide an independent national broadcasting service, and the statute refers to that in
Yes.
one of the sections. Another subsection requires the ABC to take account of the multicultural character of the Australian community,
Yes.
and there's an obligation imposed by statute on the ABC's board in section 8(1)(b) to maintain the independence and integrity of the ABC.
Yes.
And
But I think that Section 8 also references an obligation to make sure that the reporting is accurate.
yes, so if we could bring up 8(1)(c), that's a statutory obligation on the board of the ABC to ensure that the gathering and presentation by the ABC of news and information is accurate and impartial according to recognised standards of objective journalism.
Yes, I think that is a very important subsection.
The Act also provides in section 79(A) that subject to the Act, it's for the ABC to determine to what extent and in what manner political matter or controversial matter will be broadcast.
Yep.
And just to run through some of the key statutory obligations on the SBS, to ask you the same question, whether these are the duties you have in mind as the unique ones you referred to. The SBS legislation has also a charter in section 6(1), and it provides that the SBS is to provide multilingual and multicultural broadcasting and digital media services that inform, educate and entertain all Australians, and in doing so reflect Australia's multicultural society.
Yes.
There is a legislative obligation on the SBS's board under section 10(1)(a) of the SBS Act to maintain the independence and integrity of the SBS. Right?
Yep.
And comparably to the ABC statute, SBS's statute says in section 10(1)(c) that SBS must ensure that the gathering and presentation by SBS of news and information is accurate and is balanced over time and across the schedule of programs broadcast.
Yes.
And finally, in the SBS Act, section 70(a) provides that, again, comparably to the ABC's legislation, SBS is to determine to what extent and in what manner political matter or controversial matter will be broadcast by the SBS. So a further affirmation of the independence that the legislature intends.
Yep.
Now, you have made a number of recommendations in your statement, and I'll come to those in a moment. But just at a broad level, several of them, this is your paragraph 44, several of them expressly propose new ways of ensuring that public broadcasters comply with their statutory obligations. Is that right?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that your approach to the public broadcasters is that you want long-established standards upheld rather than proposing changes to those underlying standards?
Absolutely.
Now, can I address some of the matters that you have raised in respect of the ABC? And in paragraph 33 of your statement, you've said that many in the Jewish community are concerned by what they view as public broadcasters' disproportionate, misleading, factually incorrect coverage of issues relating to Israel and the conflict in the Middle East. So they're reports that have been given to you, is that right?
Yes.
And paragraph 34, this is just to identify what the criticism is that you are bringing forward. Paragraph 34, you said, I won't read it all out, but you refer to a common and pervasive perception among the Australian Jewish community.
Yes.
And further in that paragraph, you've referred to coverage lacking balance, the conflict in Gaza being overemphasised relative to other global conflicts, disproportionately giving voice to anti-Israel perspectives, which exacerbated the prevalence of anti-Semitism in Australia and the conflation of Jewish identity with the State of Israel.
Yes.
Now, the read literally, your paragraphs advance some pretty serious criticisms. Do you agree?
Yes, but I'm happy to explain them in further detail.
Okay, I'll give you that opportunity in a moment. But the criticisms reported to you from the Jewish community are, is this right, based on anecdotal evidence from various members of the Jewish community
Yes.
who have come to you?
Yes, I mean, part of my role is obviously to advise government, but in order to advise government, I need to consult with the Jewish community, the community that is experiencing the anti-Semitism, and understand their concerns and where they are drawn from, as well as then to consult with others, with government and government agencies, and to be informed by the work that I've done also with overseas envoys. We can talk about that as well.
Those criticisms, would you agree it's difficult to test propositions when they're expressed at that level of generality?
Well, exactly. But they are a perception, and a very strongly held perception from the Jewish community, that the way in which the Gaza conflict in particular and the activities that are going on in the Middle East are reported, have created an impression of great negativity about Israel, and that there is this conflation anti-Semitism that I think we discussed in my first appearance here. It should not, I think, be dismissed, okay, because it's a very serious perception that a community under attack here in Australia feels that the trusted national broadcaster is not presenting the situation in the Middle East in a way that they think is not biased and accurate. And my contention is that if you look, I think I sort of detail it further in, if I just tell you the paragraph.
I will certainly be coming to.
There are many ways in which
examples you give.
that happens, okay? It's not just that they come out negatively, but it's when the news story is run, where in the broadcast, how long the focus is, what other stories about other conflicts are covered, what the person who's the reporter actually says. So it's a complex impression, matters that go to that impression, but it is clearly held by the community. And my contention is there is that concern. We therefore have to see, as you said, it's very hard to test, okay? But there are methods to test it that have been set up, complaints, etc. And my contention is that that whole system is not working to assure all of us that the reporting is as per required. And that's why I make the suggestion of an oversight exercise, a standing committee.
I'll certainly ask you about the complaints procedure. Can I just ask you about a couple of the phrases you've used in paragraph 33 and 34. You refer to the coverage of the conflict in Middle East being disproportionate or overemphasised relative to other global conflicts. Now, of course, I take it you accept that the conflict in Gaza is a significant geopolitical event. I don't think any of us would doubt that.
Sure.
Many people in Australia of various origins do have ties to the region and are touched by the conflict. You agree?
Yes.
Many others, even without a connection to anyone in the region, have an interest in the history and politics of that region.
Sure.
And do you accept that the ABC could not be criticised for considering that it has an obligation, given its statutory responsibilities, to give a substantial measure of attention to a conflict of that significance?
Absolutely. I'm not in any way suggesting that they shouldn't cover the matters that they consider important. But there are also lots of important issues around the world. There are major famines. There are other wars that we don't hear about at all in Africa. There are, other major global concerns. And during the period that we're speaking of, the Gaza conflict, it's the perception of the Jewish community feeling constantly that they are being faced with reporting about the Middle East, about Gaza, and about Israel in a way that paints Israel constantly in a negative light. And I think that there's not an understanding. My view is that the reporters and the hierarchy of the ABC don't have an understanding of the conflation issue. And that is what I think we can correct. I say later that we can correct that with a bit of education, which hasn't happened. I believe that would help to actually understand that through the IRA definition. I think it's a good tool. It not seeking to control what people say and do, but it's an education tool. And I just don't think they have that understanding.
How would the application of the IRA tool bear relevantly on the extent to which the ABC covered the Gaza hostilities?
It wouldn't impact the extent. It would enable the reporters to understand better, I think, the conflation, because it would be, are you seeking to make the point so much that Israel is different in its fighting of the war to other wars that have been fought by Australia, by America, etc., that conflation risk is there for Jewish Australians. So it would just help them in the understanding of it. I don't think it would in any way reduce necessarily the reporting. The reporting, I think, has to be an understanding just of that type of anti-Semitism. I just don't believe that they have a full understanding of that.
I think it's fair to say that in the United States, the United Kingdom and Canada, there has been a deal of media concentration on the war in Gaza, and the image of Israel has suffered. in all those countries as well as in Australia.
Absolutely.
So is the suggestion that the broadcast media in all those countries suffers from some bias?
Well, I think that we have a growing situation of appreciation of that problem in the UK, if I can give you an example. Because I think a lot of the ABC coverage from time to time sort of follows the BBC coverage or uses BBC stories and information, and that's not a criticism of the ABC in any shape or form. Stories come from different quarters. But the BBC has a different structure of oversight, and it has a very strong regulator over it, Ofcam, which has very different powers to ACMA here. And I know we're straying a little bit, but I'm okay to answer the question. Ofcam has powers to open their own investigations. They can look at a story and direct the BBC to take it down, to look at things differently. They can fine the BBC. And they had an own motion investigation into BBC reporting on Gaza, which was the second element that they looked at. You might recall there was a lot of publicity here about their investigation in relation to a story concerning President Trump and the way that had been cut and different parts of the story put together. But anyway, the investigation was into that and into the Gaza reporting. And Ofcam, this was in November 25, Ofcam found that the coverage was incorrect, was not accurate, that they had, for example, shown the starving child. We had seen the similar story here on the ABC, when it was well known that that child was not in that situation because of lack of food, but had an illness, unable to absorb food. And they found that it was so inaccurate, and it was part of of the way that they were portraying Israel, and similarly the Trump story. As a result of that decision, publicity, etc., the Director General of Ofcam resigned, because he took it so seriously that they had this obligation of accuracy and balance. So we don't have that structure here, where there is a strong regulator looking over and of its own motion assessing and testing and reporting. So complaints, I know we'll come to it, but complaints go through a process in the UK as they do here, but Ofcam reports every fortnight on the complaints. So there's much more monitoring.
Ms. Segal, I interrupted Mr.
I'm sorry,
Lancaster's examination, and I feel you might have strayed a little in answering my question, so if we can go back to Mr. Lancaster.
Examination,
If you want to save time, we've tried.
Can I take you back a little?
Yes, sure.
Just to address one of the other ways that you express the common perceptions that have been relayed to you by the Jewish community, and it's described by you as the ABC disproportionately giving voice to anti-Israel perspectives.
Yep.
Now, in your statement of paragraph 43, you do indicate that it's not your contention that the ABC and SBS should be expected to take a more pro-Israel or less anti-Israel position. So that is your view?
Per se, yeah.
Can you provide an example from what's been reported to you of a public broadcaster taking an anti-Israel perspective? What does that actually involve?
Well, I think rather than any specific, I mean, I do focus in on one specific example. Just find the...
if you're referring to the...
in 35, sorry. But see, the difficulty, Mr. Lancaster, is if you take one specific example, people go, oh, but this could be this, it could be that. I'll talk to this specific example, but it is the overriding quantum of everything and where it's placed and the emphasis. But let me talk about this specific example.
Well, I was going to raise that example with you in a moment. I was just concerned to understand what an anti-Israel perspective is in terms of the complaints that have been made to you about the public broadcasters' coverage. What does that actually
Well, I think
involve?
that is an anti-Israel example.
I see. So it's something critical of Israel's actions. Is that
Yes.
an anti-Israel perspective?
Yes.
And so the concern expressed to you is that there have been a disproportionate number of coverage or stories that are critical of Israel.
Yes.
I see.
And
Yeah.
and when you look at the stories that are critical of the other parties, like Hamas, a terrorist organisation, etc. I mean, what we've been seeing is a war, okay, between one country that was attacked and is then defending itself and attacking back, and another country. So there are going to be examples on both sides of activities in a war, which is always, very sad for everyone, involving, unfortunate loss of life. But it's the preponderance of the focus that community has conveyed to me of the focus on the behaviour of Israel as opposed to the behaviour of Hamas.
I see. I take it you also agree it's very difficult to assess that proposition objectively without a substantial examination of a great number of news broadcasts over a period of time.
Absolutely, and that, as I spoke earlier, is what Ofcom did. It looked at it overall, and that is what my contention is, that we should, it's not an attack on anyone or on the ABC, but it's almost, Mr. Lancaster, that I'm hearing from important stakeholders of mine how concerned they are, how aggrieved they are, how they feel that their trusted broadcaster is not being fair and accurate. I would like the ABC to be as good as it possibly could be, okay? Not in any way to restrict it or constrain it from being independent, but just to be as good as it could be. And I do think a structure where an independent group of people look at what is happening and they can give it a huge tick, or they can give it guidance as to the fact that it needs to understand this particular hatred we're focused on better.
You've indicated earlier that you've seen the statement prepared by the editorial director of the ABC, Mr. Gavin Fang.
Yes.
And he addresses the ABC's coverage of the 7 October terrorist attack and the war in Gaza in his statement. You would have read that.
Yes.
And I can take you to it if you like, but in paragraph 57, what he said is that the ABC has taken particular care to ensure that a wide variety of relevant perspectives have been fairly represented. The organisation has been criticised by both supporters of Israel and critics of Israel. The ABC has not sought to adjudicate between competing political or legal claims, but has instead focused on robust journalism, including careful questioning and appropriate challenge of interviewees while avoiding the expression of editorial opinion. Do you accept that the ABC does seek to take care to ensure that a wide variety of relevant perspectives have been represented in its coverage?
Well, that is not something that I have turned my mind to as to assessing that. That's what I'm seeking to have an oversight committee do. And can I just make the point, because you referenced it, I don't think looking at a balance of complaints, because he references, or you've had complaints from both sides, or from all sides, about, and that probably tells us we've got it right because everybody's complaining. I don't think that is the right way to judge whether it's actually been fair. Different communities make complaints. The Jewish community is a very, very, very small percentage of this community. If there is almost equal number of complaints from the Jewish community, it's a disproportionate number of members of the Jewish community who are feeling pretty aggrieved. And I think that if the ABC has taken particular care, if this is all true, then what harm is there in having an independent committee look at the overall reporting? I do not see what harm it does. It doesn't in any way detract from their independence. In fact, it might give them an extra verification, an extra boost that what they are doing is absolutely fine. It's just that it may not be fine. Okay, it wasn't fine in the BBC. Okay, and I just don't know how you can think, or how they think, that they can set the rules, which are their standards. They can review them, which is their internal complaint system. It's an ombudsman, but it's internal, appointed by the board, reporting to the board. And they can mark their own homework. I mean, they are, with respect, judge, counsel, and jury. They are all of it. And I'm just saying, I don't think anyone accepts the fact that you can always mark your own homework. You can have this view, and I'm sure it's genuinely held. And I don't accuse any individual in the ABC of not holding a genuine view. But I think having an assessment just would be important for everyone in our community.
I'll come back to the position of the ABC Ombudsman in a minute, but as you've indicated, you appreciate that the Ombudsman reports directly to the board of the ABC?
Yes.
And that the ABC Ombudsman is distinct from the editorial function. In other words, the Ombudsman does not act or report to the editorial division.
No, but the Ombudsman does report to the board and is appointed by the board.
The Ombudsman, when she issues a report, is and making a conclusion about some editorial decision involved in coverage by the ABC. The Ombudsman isn't marking her own homework in that context, is she?
Well, she is looking at the editorial policies and judging as the editorial policies of the ABC. Okay, she's not looking at things in a broader context. She's just saying, do they satisfy those policies? And no, she is not marking her own homework. She's marking the ABC's homework, but she is part, albeit that she doesn't report to the Director of News. She's still part of the ABC and part of the culture of the ABC.
Can I just take you back to an observation you made about the fact that, as I think you're aware, ABC and SBS both do receive complaints about, in some instances, the same news article or the same coverage from different perspectives. You appreciate that happens.
I believe it does.
Yeah.
Yes, but yep.
Can I just take you to a couple of documents just to show? So, abc.599.0001.0207. This is in the year to 31 October 2023. So PDF page 2.
This is from the Ombudsman?
This is just a report on complaints relating to the Israel-Gaza conflict, and it is an Ombudsman report to the board. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you could just zoom in on the section at the foot of the page. There's a reference to 573 complaints, 89% of which claimed the coverage was biased or lacked balance. You see that?
Yes.
And 52% claimed Hamas or Palestine was favoured and 47% claimed Israel was favoured. So that's a documented example of what you were referring to happening, namely complaints from each side in substantial proportions.
Yes, but as I said, Mr. Lancaster, I don't accept that equal numbers of complaints means that you've got the story right. You could have the story very wrong, and a lot of people from different perspectives would be complaining. I don't think it proves the fact that there's accuracy. I mean, you know, the example in my statement of an inaccurate story of a report from the United Nations saying, or a United Nations spokesperson saying that a significant, if I just turn to it, a significant number of children were going to die in the next 14,000 were going to die in the next 24 hours. It's a significant statement. It was wrong, okay? The BBC knew it was wrong and apologised and had very significant coverage of the fact it was wrong. The claim was actually clarified by the BBC before the ABC started reporting it. They reported it all day and left it online for a whole week. Pointed Israel, as I said, into a very negative light. The Ombudsman did find that it was incorrect. They breached the editorial standards. But there were lots of complaints about it. But I'm sure lots of complaints from the community. I'm sure there were complaints from other people too. That doesn't in any way mean that the reporting was accurate and that it didn't give a negative impression of Israel, because it did.
I'm going to take you to that example that you've addressed in your statement you've just referred to in a moment. Before I do, can I just take you to a second document from the Ombudsman just to address this point again? It's abc.599.001.0139. This is the 20 January 2026 Ombudsman's mid-year update, and on the first page, in the second paragraph, complaints about, so just to be clear, this was complaints about content broadcast on the ABC platforms increased to 3,043 for the 6-month period, dominated by concerns about Middle East, most related to bias or lack of balance, with 51% of the audience concerned ABC content was broadly pro-Palestine, 47% believing the coverage was pro-Israel. So it's another clear documented example of that feature that we've referred to.
But as I said, you don't know where these complaints are coming from, and I don't know. But if the 51% believing it was too pro-Palestinian came from, or pro-Palestine came from the Jewish community, it's a very small part of the community. And if 47 believing it was pro-Israel, and depending where they came from, it's a much larger part of the community. So I don't think that the balance tells us anything, other than a lot of people are watching the ABC perhaps, which is my point, that it's a very important source of information. And they have a special responsibility to get it right.
The Commission's heard some expert evidence from Professor Terry Flew. I don't know if you have...
Yes, I heard some of his evidence.
He refers to something he describes as the hostile misinformation effect, which he says is an analogy to the hostile media effect, which is the situation that occurs where individuals with different political orientations assess the same news item as balanced or biased in conjunction with their own beliefs. Now, the history of complaints noted in these ABC Ombudsman documents I've shown you about each side of the political spectrum complaining about reporting on the Gaza conflict could well be explained at least in part, by the hostile media effect. Do you agree with that?
I haven't studied it sufficiently to proffer an opinion.
Right. Now, can I turn now to the specific example that you've given about the ABC, and I'll come to that in a moment. But
And I just gave one example. I mean, the community has obviously given me many examples, and I'm sure you've seen many others. But I just give it as an illustration of what I think can happen, which is why I think there should be an oversight organisation, committee established, to just look at the overall situation of compliance with their standards.
I appreciate you bring it forward as an example.
Yep.
I'm asking you questions about it because it's evidently a serious criticism that's been levelled, and it's important to understand
Sure.
whether the example shows what it's put forward to support. Now, you've referred to this incident in May 2025, and it's been the subject of a ABC Ombudsman investigation report.
Yes.
Can we bring up that report dated 19 June 2025, please? RCD.5999.001.006. And this incident stems from some comments made by an Under-Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs of the Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, Emergency Relief Coordinator Tom Fletcher, and he was interviewed on the BBC, right? And
Yep.
the interview was broadcast on BBC radio at 5:10 p.m. on the 20th of May 2025 Australian time, and referring to the conflict in Gaza, he said, quote, "There are 14,000 babies that will die in the next 48 hours unless we can reach them," right? And the BBC followed up on that statistic overnight Australia time. So by 10:15 p.m. on the 20th of May in Australia, the BBC had reported that a UN spokesman had been asked to confirm the figure and had avoided repeating it. It's on the page 3 of the PDF. And then by 3 a.m. Australian time on the 21st of May, this is in the middle of that page, you'll see the BBC reported a UN spokesman making a different formulated statement. And by that time, the UN spokesperson was saying that it was imperative to get supplies to Gaza to save an estimated 14,000 babies suffering from severe acute malnutrition, right?
Yep.
And then the UN spokesman referred in this regard to analysis that had been released by the Integrated Food Phase Classification Partnership, and the BBC's updated reporting paraphrased that analysis. It referred to the statistic that nearly 71,000 children under the age of 5 were expected to be acutely malnourished over the next 11 months. So, and 14,000 of those cases was expected to be severe. So that was the original claim was revised, the original claim being 14,000 babies would die within 48 hours without the provision of aid, and that claim was abandoned by the BBC.
Yep.
And by 3 a.m. Australian time, it was apparent that the original comments were not accurate.
Yes.
And then at 6 a.m. on that morning, ABC News Breakfast commenced broadcasting. This is on the fourth page. And the opening headlines of the show included video footage of Mr. Fletcher's initial comments that 14,000
Exactly.
people had died.
Exactly.
And so that was 3 hours after it had become apparent that those comments were inaccurate. They happened to be, well, they were broadcast by the ABC.
And the first item.
Yeah.
First item. And as I point out earlier, part of this is how things are placed. Is it the first item? Is it the last item? How much weight is given to it? It's a complex matrix of how one creates this impression.
And then the Ombudsman's report notes that the comments were broadcast or commented on by ABC presenters a number of times during that
Yes, during the day.
day. And in your statement in paragraph 35 and 36, where you deal with this, you express concern that corrections made by public broadcasters are made less prominently than the original
Yes.
reports.
Yes. So my contention, Mr. Lancaster, is that the first story of the day, big headlines, shock, horror, the story, the correction, much later if it happens, very small, if it's a small note somewhere, the impact has already been made. The negative impact about Israel has already happened, and the correction is very minor. And indeed, in this case, I think the correction online was not made for many days, if not a week.
Well, we're just dealing with this specific example at the moment.
Yep.
In this case, an ABC presenter on afternoon briefing corrected the figures initially provided by Mr. Fletcher, right? So that was at about 4 p.m. on the 21st of May, in other words, on the afternoon of the same day.
Yes, but many, many, many hours after it had been corrected by the BBC.
Yeah. And if we go back to the Ombudsman's report, it's noted that the correction followed an interview on afternoon briefing in which questions relying on those figures were put to Australian politicians.
Yep.
And then on the 28th of May, so 7 days later, a correction was posted online.
Yes, 7 days later.
And you have indicated a view that this was too little, too late.
Yes, I do. I think.
Now,
Yep.
can I just ask you this? You say that this example is illustrative of a concern of failing to portray a balanced view.
An accurate view.
An accurate view, yeah. You at paragraph 31, you don't suggest that the public broadcasters are involved in any sort of deliberate inaccuracy in their reporting.
No. But I do say in that paragraph, if I could just take you to that, that when dealing with these issues, okay, we know we're dealing with a contentious issue, the war in Gaza, people's emotions, you noted how relevant it was to everyone. I think incredibly important that there be rigour and scepticism in relation to some information emanating from Gaza. If you think about it, 14,000 babies, it's a very large assertion. And it needed a degree of rigour to follow up on that, check what was happening with the BBC, check what was happening with other United Nations reports, etc., and not just report it as if it was undoubted fact, the first item on the news. That's my point. Not that anyone has malevolence or bad intentions, but I think that's a special obligation that the ABC has.
This incident was found by the ABC Ombudsman to be an instance of inaccurate reporting.
Yes.
You accept it was not any finding of impartiality or bias? The Ombudsman said it was inaccurate, and that is what it was. I don't have any view as to
what was the motivation of anyone in that whole reporting thing. I'm just saying it was inaccurate, and it was a result of insufficient investigation and skepticism and following up on something that was a very negative story to begin with.
But do you accept the incident does not suggest a lack of balance on the part of the ABC?
I think balance is a very complicated story, isn't it? Because they don't say every story has to be balanced. It's the total picture that has to be balanced. Don't they look at different stories at different times? So I think that if you wanted balance after that negative story, should there have been a very positive story about what was being done positively in the Middle East to feed children? I'm not saying that, but I just find it very hard to comment on balance. It was inaccurate.
Yeah, the other example you give in your statement, I think it is right that you address two specific examples in your statement of problematic coverage by the public broadcasters. One is the 14,000 babies with the ABC that I've just asked you about, and then you bring forward an incident in respect of SBS and its use of the Gaza Health Ministry as an official or as a source of statistics for fatalities and the like in the area. Now, in your statement at paragraph 36, you have said that your concern in respect of SBS, as reported to you by the Jewish community, is constant references, this is the way you describe it, constant references by the SBS to statistics from the Gaza Health Ministry as an official source without reference to the fact that the ministry is operated under and controlled by Hamas.
Yep.
Now, in your statement, is this right? You don't suggest any particular criticism of the statistics themselves that have been produced by that health ministry?
I'm not. I'm not an expert on that,
No.
but I believe that it is well known that, and even accepted by the United Nations, that those statistics have been grossly inflated, and that then when they have done a recount of the numbers, they have found them to be grossly inaccurate and to not distinguish between combatants and non-combatants, and that has been revised even under the United Nations enumeration of it. So I do not think they're accurate, but that's not my contention here. My contention is the way that they've been reported by the SBS.
Right. Would you be able to provide an indication of the material that you've just referred to, indicating the inaccuracy of those statistics?
I think it's been well reported, probably in the ABC or SBS. No, but I'm sure I can provide that to you. I don't have it to hand, but I know that the statistics have now been reported as having not distinguished between combatants and non-combatants, and therefore were inflated. But my point is that they were put out there as statistics from a health ministry, as we understand health ministries, being objective, organised structures within government, and there they were actually part of the Hamas operation.
I see. Now, of course, SBS can't itself independently assess the death toll in the Gaza conflict.
Absolutely not, and that's my point. I'm not. That's not my criticism. My criticism is that I think they needed to draw to their viewers' attention the fact that the Gaza Health Ministry, controlled by Hamas, which was the organisation attacking Israel and a participant in the war, and is a listed terrorist organisation here in Australia, was the determinant of the numbers. That's all. Not, it's just a question of accuracy and of impression that one gives of accuracy to the community.
Can I just raise with you, please, Ms. Segal, you've read also, I think, Ms. Wicks' statement. She's the Director of News and Current Affairs at SBS.
Yes.
So what she said in a statement is that SBS's practice is to refer to the accurate name of the local source of these statistics, which is the Palestinian Ministry of Health in Gaza. You appreciate she says that?
She says that, but I don't accept that conveys the situation accurately to the Jewish and the non-Jewish community here in Australia.
So you, just to put to you for any comment you have, what Ms Wicks has said is that it's standard journalistic practice to refer to institutions in conflict zones by reference to their function rather than who controls them, and that the SBS otherwise makes it clear that SBS's broader coverage that Hamas is in control of Gaza and that it's listed as a terrorist organisation. Do you have any response to that?
Well, I think it's very interesting that they have a standard practice when applying to war zones, because every war zone is different. And here we're dealing with not a war zone between two nation states, but with a terrorist organisation. And I think that it behoves them to point that out.
Is that particular example the only one you have brought forward in respect of SBS?
Yes, I mean, I did not seek to catalogue all the various incidents that were reported to me by the Jewish community as adding to this impression. There were many others, and in each one you can say, well, this is what happened and that is what happened, but there were many. If you think back to the coverage, whether it was the babies or whether it was that incident with the Ahil Arab Hospital, where the front page or the first item was that Israel had bombed a hospital and killing 500 people, and everybody was shocked, and there was all this debate about whether hospitals were exempt if they were storing weapons. And do you remember all that discussion at the time? And then sometime later was revealed that, oh no, the hospital was not bombed, it was the car park, and oh no, 500 people were not killed, obviously a much smaller number, and oh no, it was not Israel. It was not an Israel bomb, it was a Palestinian Islamic Jihad bomb that had fallen short. But all of that was much later and much smaller in its presentation. So there were many others that came to my attention. I didn't choose to put them all in my statement because my point is not every item of inaccuracy. My point is the total impression and the lack of concern about their special role in needing to be specially accurate and what we can do about it. And I've made the suggestion of what we can do about it.
Can I just take you up on that for a minute? Among other things that Professor Flew spoke of in his evidence last week was the importance in the present media landscape that includes a great deal of disinformation and misinformation of trusted news sources. And in that regard, the SBS and ABC continue to be trusted news sources. Looking at the ABC, its statutory structure is one way of creating an entity that is independent. And one can see in terms of developing public trust in a broadcaster that if it's independent and controlled ultimately by an independent board, that may give some confidence. You envisage putting on top of that structure a committee of individuals, including...
Even beside the structure.
All right, beside the structure.
Yep.
A committee of individuals, including those who have a particular, as it were, bandwagon. How is it, in your view, consistent with promoting the trust in the ABC as independent if people know that there is a monitoring committee, whatever you want to call it, that has been selected to represent particular views.
Yep. I take that point. And it could be that the committee doesn't have particular views, that it is a committee that is appointed without the community. As long as they are people who are aware of an understanding of modern day anti-Semitism and modern day hatreds. So I think we need to put that there. The reason I've suggested that is because our structure as we have it, with an internal independent in that it doesn't report to news, but still an internal complaint system, Ombudsman, and a regulator that does not have the powers to impose fines or correct things or require reports to be taken offline, etc. We have, quite frankly, a well-meaning, and I don't mean to insult the people who are there, but a regulator structurally without teeth. And the UK understood this, okay? The BBC and the ABC have grown up with a lot of similarities, and they understood this. And in 2017, they recreated Ofcam with authority, with powers. Now, it could be that the situation here, the government decides, or you think it is better, that ACMA be completely restructured and we have a regulator with real powers and authority and resources, etc., to provide that role, because I think that the independence that we're talking about is incredibly important, and I think the expert witness incredibly important. And what I want is to preserve that and make sure that they are the best they can be. Not in any way saying that we should take away their independence or take away the authority of the board, but I do think they should be open to it because they should value their independence. And I don't see that openness to the fact that they would ever get it wrong and correct it in the same way with the same degree of highlighting. And I don't know, Mr. Lancaster, are we going to talk about the IRA definition any further? Because I'd like to offer an opinion about that as well.
I will ask you about the definition in a few minutes. Can I continue on the topic that you've just addressed, namely your proposed changes to the way complaint handling is dealt with in the ABC and SBS, by suggesting there should be either a new body or some re-establishment of the Ombudsman position as bodies that are external to the broadcasters.
Yep.
And as you've accepted and as you appreciate, the Ombudsman reports to the board rather than to the editorial director of the ABC. It's the managing director who has ultimate editorial power and responsibility. In other words, the editorial director and the managing director above that position.
Mm-hmm.
The Ombudsman at the ABC is therefore independent of the ABC newsrooms and content-making areas, is it not?
It is independent of them, but they're not independent of the ABC.
The board receives information from the ABC Ombudsman as part of its satisfaction of the statutory duty to maintain independence and impartiality. Do you accept that?
Yes.
Now, the ABC Ombudsman's made a statement. Have you read Ms. Cameron's statement?
Yes.
And you agree she's pointed to multiple instances in which issues identified by the Ombudsman when resolving complaints have led to the ABC reviewing, revisiting, revising in some cases its policies, including its Middle East conflict guidance policy.
Yes, I understand that. But
Does that suggest that the Ombudsman is functioning independently of the ABC editorial management, because there is a track record of causing editorial changes to be made to, for example, that Middle East guidance policy?
sure, I mean, I think they are an independent voice, or a voice independent of the actual reporting, and it's important that they make those recommendations and that they are taken up. It's also important that the community should get regular updates and reports about all the complaints, and that there should be a database of complaints so we all know what is happening. But that is where you get independent ombudsmen doing those things rather than ombudsmen inside organisations.
Well, in relation to the example that you raised of the UN representative inaccurate statement about 14,000 babies, the ABC Ombudsman considered a complaint about that incident and identified a breach in ABC standards.
Yes.
And you don't have any criticism of the way the ABC Ombudsman handled that complaint and dealt with it?
Not so far as I'm aware.
No. So those two examples of Ombudsman resolution of particular complaints leading to changes in policy and the appropriate identification of a breach of standards, doesn't that suggest the Ombudsman function is operating effectively at the moment?
Well, my contention is that, you know, when you look at complaints management, okay, and I've had quite a lot of experience with complaints management. I've had it within organisations, large organisations like a bank, and I've seen complaints management when I was at the regulator. So I understand complaints management, if I just put it that way. And of course you need to have an organisation like the Ombudsman, internal to the organisation but independent of the decision makers, to deal as a first line of complaint management. And you know, the BBC has that. Most important structures in our society, if you look at them, whether it's banking or superannuation or others, have external complaints management. It is the gold standard. They have ombudsmen outside, whether it's the banking financial services ombudsman, superannuation ombudsman, telecommunications ombudsman. They are external to the organisation, so they are not part of the culture. It just adds to the whole establishment of its independence, that and of the independence of the organisation, that they have somebody outside looking at the complaint, not being subject to the board. The Ombudsman is appointed by the board. Presumably, they understand their relationship to the board. But I think it is time that there was an external Ombudsman. External bodies, they can still obviously report to inform boards in relation to complaint management. But we don't have a regulator that deals with complaints. The Ofcam deals with complaints. We have ACMA dealing with very few complaints, with very long processes, without a great deal of transparency. Ofcam gives a report every fortnight to the public about what complaints they're dealing with, how they've been dealt with. There's a lot more transparency. And I think that the media, just as Her Honour said, that the media is incredibly important, this trusted media, and we should make them beyond reproach. As I said, we should make them the best that they can be by doing a number of things. So I suggest re-establishing perhaps the ABC and SBS together, or whatever it is, an external ombudsman like other industries have. It is the gold standard. They don't mark their own homework. And then I do suggest, and it might be something that I suggest it because I wasn't suggesting a complete restructure of ACMA, but somebody needs to do a review of the holistic reporting of a major issue like the war, because my contention is that we are dealing with this new form of anti-Semitism, okay, this conflation. and if we have our trusted media, for all the reasons that I've described, perhaps not being as accurate as it should be about the Middle East, and putting stories on the record that are more negative than positive about Israel, and not creating the other side, we are adding to the conflation, and we should do something about that.
The conflation is the tendency of people to blame ordinary Jewish Australians for the conduct of Israel.
Exactly.
So
The more negative Israel is, the more negative they are about Australia. And we've seen, I think you saw it in the evidence with some of your experts, whenever there's a big event in the Middle East that is reported, or a big event even here, reported a great deal, you get an uptick in anti-Semitic incidents.
But just assume for the purpose of argument that Israel misconducts itself in a significant way. It is still entirely inappropriate for people to blame ordinary Jewish Australians for that misconduct.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But so if Israel misconducts itself and the Jewish Australians are blamed, terrible, but we can't control what Israel does. But if Israel is even not misconducting itself, whether it's the bombing of the hospital or the killing of 14,000 children, but that is reported negatively, we have more blaming, which is really unfair. More unfair, ongoingly unfair.
I see.
Just to take that a little further, Ms. Segal, what you're concerned about is if there's a news report of some conduct undertaken by Israel which inclines a viewer to be very critical of Israel, your concern is that is unfairly followed by an anti-Semitic conduct in Australia, that is by blaming of Jewish Australians for the conduct of a foreign government over which they have no control.
Absolutely.
But can that truly be considered to be a problem that the broadcaster created by reporting on the event?
Well, as I just illustrated, yes. Clearly, if Israel has misconducted itself, then accurate reporting, it is what it is. But if the reporting is not accurate, then I think the broadcaster has some responsibility. And that's what I'm dealing with. I mean, we've spoken about the 14,000 baby story, and it's, again, the babies, the children, the heart-rending. The bombing of a hospital that was inaccurate, that's again heart-rending. And there are many other instances. And I think that I'm not saying it's intentional, I'm not saying anything like that, but we are dealing with complexities here, and there are ways through the complexities. This is the role, I believe, of this commission, is to find tools, what we can do to reduce anti-Semitism and build social cohesion. And when you led me through the charter of the ABC, I think it's implicit in that they have a responsibility to build social cohesion. Certainly SBS does. The references to multiculturalism are kind of tangential to building social cohesion. So I think that this should matter to them as much as it matters to me. And we should find a way where they also run positive stories. And I've said this in my statement, that they could run positive stories about other things Israel is doing. Amazing startup nation and things like that. They very rarely do that. There's no attempt at that part of the agenda.
And just to finish off a quick topic before I notice the time, in terms of external review of complaints made to the ABC, you referred to the ACMA, and you appreciate that if a complaint is that the ABC has acted contrary to the ABC Code of Practice, then the Broadcasting Services Act does allow a complaint to ACMA to be lodged?
Absolutely, I understand, and the feedback I have from the community is that they're almost more frustrated with ACMA than they are with the ABC complaint service.
And there are other potential external review mechanisms that apply to the broadcasters, aren't there? So the Commonwealth Ombudsman is one, the Human Rights Commission is another, the E-Safety Commissioner is another. Is that right?
In theory, yes.
Well, in their own, according to their own legislative regimes.
Yes, yes.
But they do provide external review mechanisms in some circumstances.
Yes.
I think it's morning tea time.
Okay, thank you. Obviously, you want me to come
Yes,
back?
please. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, indeed.
Segal, can I raise with you an overall summary of the ABC Ombudsman process? And the Commission's received information from the ABC quantitatively that since 7 October 2023, up until I think it was May this year when the document was submitted, there have been identified from literally thousands of complaints 4 instances where there have been breaches of ABC standards. 3 of those were for accuracy, and 1 of those was for lack of impartiality. The impartiality wasn't in respect of ABC News, it was in respect of a radio broadcast program. That shows a tiny proportion of complaints substantiated as breaches, doesn't it?
I find that a very difficult question to answer because I don't know what it shows. It certainly shows what the Ombudsman found, but my contention is that the Ombudsman is not necessarily looking at the picture that I'm advocating. I mean, there are the standards and they're testing against the standards, but the standards is not something that looks at the overall issue of what they're showing, how often they're talking about things, what they're saying impressionistically or otherwise about Israel, etc. So it's a very hard thing to, I think, draw from a small number of complaints that have been found wanting that they are not being overly negative towards Israel as an impressionistic thing. And I do think that there are many instances that have been brought to my attention from the Jewish community where they have felt a particular report was biased or appeared to be biased to them, where the complaints were just dismissed and they all got the similar letter from the complaint system. So I think that my broader contention is that I think an independent complaint system outside the organisation might look at things differently and might also look at the cumulative impact. I mean, we're looking at cumulative impact in other areas, but this is a cumulative thing as well. And I just do contend that they don't have a standard. They have standards on many things and definitions on many things, including genocide and harassment and so on. But they don't have one on anti-Semitism. They don't have a definition that I know of. I mean, certainly don't have the IRA definition. And I think that would improve the situation of their understanding of what we're talking about.
Can I ask you about the ACMA, the Australian Communications and Media Authority, and its position in the regulatory framework? Is it right you've also received and read Ms O'Loughlin's statement? She's the chair of ACMA.
Yes.
And you understand that ACMA is an independent statutory regulator that does provide a level of oversight to ensure ABC and SBS comply with their statutory obligations of accuracy, impartiality and objectivity?
That is their mandate, yes.
Yeah. Ms O'Loughlin's statement refers to ACMA having undertaken 56 in-depth complaint investigation assessments that related to possible allegations of anti-Semitic conduct. Did you see that in her statement?
Yes.
Now, ACMA decided not to further investigate 51 of those complaints because after careful consideration, ACMA determined it was a low likelihood the broadcast was in breach of the relevant provisions. That's the evidence from ACMA.
Yep. And the rest were outside jurisdiction, was it?
Yes,
Yeah.
I appreciate what you say about that.
Yep.
ACMA undertook the full investigations in relation to
Five?
I think, of the complaints, with one active investigation still in progress. So four have been. It's hard to tell if that's one additional or one inclusive, but 4 or 5 investigations, right? And in relation to those complaints, 3 of those relate to complaints against the ABC. One was in relation to ABC's Q&A program, where ACMA found that there was no breach, and the complaint had been there wasn't a sufficient diversity of viewpoints on the Q&A panel, and that pro-Palestine views were unchallenged by the host. It's at 8.3.
Yes, and I mean, yep.
And then in 8.4, there's a note that no breach was found in relation to some complaints about accuracy on ABC Radio World Today and on AM. And then there's one still on. Criticism that ACMA is not operating effectively and sufficiently as the broadcast regulator, is that right?
That is right. They are assessing whether particular issues brought up in complaints contravene the existing standards.
Yeah. And so again, your concern is not so much with the way that ACMA has dealt with any specific instance of a complaint, but you make the systemic observations you have earlier in your evidence. Is that right?
Yes, but I just point out in relation to that Q&A, that was an instance where very significant concern has been conveyed to me by the community. In that, I recall that there were, I could be wrong with the numbers, 3 or 4 representatives of the Palestinian view and 1 of the Jewish community, and even though questions were raised by the host, which is what was assessed, I believe, by ACMA, they felt that the total impression, and that's what we have to also consider when you're considering how anti-Semitism is growing, was very negative, again, of Israel and therefore of the conflation, when it was 4-1, even though the host might have raised questions.
And do you accept that ACMA hasn't, in the period since October 2023, found any instances of ABC or SBS breaching relevant code provisions in respect of coverage of the Gaza conflict or otherwise?
Well, that's is the statistics from ACMA.
Now, does that suggest also that the current structure of the Ombudsman in each broadcaster is working effectively? That ACMA have not, in any instance, identified a difficulty?
Well, I just don't accept that, because I think that it depends what we're looking at. And my contention is, in addition to an individual complaint against an existing standard, we should be looking at the totality of the way in which the stories are presented. And I do make that point very much in my statement, that it's the balance of where the story is put, how it's put, etc. And that the selection of the voices, the false equivalence, sometimes, it's not just a question of inaccuracy. I do concede that they haven't found a great deal of inaccuracy, but it's the more complex, nuanced issues of prioritisation, impartiality, and objectivity and balance that I'm concerned to achieve. Because I think we know that anti-Semitism is a complex hatred. It isn't straightforward. And so in trying to find ways to counter it, I think this would be an important thing to consider.
Could I take you back to your plan, the original plan, which is stat.899.0034.0005, just to ask you about one of the key actions that you've identified on page 8 of that report, which is that the Envoy will monitor media organisations, the second last bullet point on the page.
Yes.
Could I just ask you about the scope of that key action that you propose? Is your suggestion that you will review the operations of media organisations generally and provide feedback to them about their editorial standards? Is that the idea?
I think, if I might say that, I think I said this in my first statement, that the plan was at a high level, and I devolved some of that detail into the action plan.
Yes.
And it was never my intent that I would monitor those organisations, that there would be a structure that would. And there's been a misunderstanding of it due, I admit it's ambiguous because of its shortened nature. But that is why we undertook the exercise. I was under some pressure to make it clear who was doing what as opposed to other bodies. So the action plan sets this out in greater detail and greater accuracy.
Yes.
So it's not my contention that I would do any of this. It was that there be something established that would ensure that there was accurate, fair and responsible reporting.
Yes, thank you.
To avoid that false or distorted narrative.
Okay. Can I ask you now about what you've said in your statement in respect of the IRA definition, and it's in the context of public broadcasters. In paragraph 37 of your second statement, you have indicated that you understand neither the ABC nor the SBS have adopted an official definition of anti-Semitism and resist adopting the IRA definition. And your view expressed in that paragraph is that it's highly desirable that public broadcasters accept the IRA definition.
Yes, I mean, I have a great deal of difficulty understanding their objection to having a definition of anti-Semitism, because I do know that they have definitions of many other things, whether it's of sexual harassment or they've got a whole standard on genocide. I do think that the reporters need to be helped by definitions. So I find it hard to understand the resistance to having the IRA definition. It is the government's definition. It is completely contextual, as the handbook that I think I've spoken about previously here. It doesn't stop criticism of Israel. It doesn't stop debate. It just gives guides. And I think it would be useful for the journalists, for the reporters, for the editors to understand what anti-Semitism is, because how can they find themselves clear about it without appreciating it? And it's something that I think would be a useful tool. And I don't think personally, I don't think accepting a definition affects independence. They're totally independent in their judgments and what they do. It's a tool, as are the other definitions that they do have.
You indicated a little earlier that you'd read Mr. Fang's statement about, and that includes material about ABC policies in respect of anti-Semitism, and you saw those?
Yes.
And Mr. Fang says in his paragraph 67 that the ABC doesn't criticise the IRA definition and accepts it may be useful for other organisations, but he says it's long-standing ABC practice to develop its own editorial policies and guidance to ensure independence and maintain public trust. Do you wish to respond to that?
Well, I think I sort of did. I can't understand why they wouldn't adopt the government's definition, a government-endorsed definition, many other countries' definition, other institutions around the world's definition, as useful, and providing them with guidance. I am not sure what their actual definition is. You know, I don't know if you can enlighten me from that standard. They do talk around it, but I don't know that whereas they do have a definition of many other things. It's not as if they are definitionless. It's just this definition that they have chosen not to adopt.
So the Mr. Fang's statement also identifies some aspects of the editorial policy that he puts forward as directed towards, among other things, avoiding anti-Semitic behaviour. If I can just bring up the editorial policy for harm and offence. It's RCD.5.
Exactly. I mean, when I have spoken to them, they've used that term to me, harm and offence. Yeah. And I just don't know how you get anti-Semitism clearly enough from harm and offence.
Well, can I just show you the paragraph?
Sure.
It's in RCD.599.001.0022. 7.7 in particular, I think Mr. Fang draws attention to one of the standards under the harm and offence: avoid the unjustified use of stereotypes or discriminatory content that could reasonably be interpreted as condoning or encouraging prejudice. It's a fairly wide umbrella, but it would certainly include anti-Semitism.
It could, and it could not. I do think I make the point also that it would be good for there to be a degree of education about anti-Semitism amongst key editorial staff, etc., because maybe they would then interpret this with an understanding of what modern-day anti-Semitism is. My own view is that IRA helps in that, in trying to understand where modern-day anti-Semitism comes from. It doesn't quite use the wording that we've been using of conflation, but it gets one there in understanding, holding everyone to double standards, or etc. So I don't think this is adequate. In my opinion, it's not adequate.
There's another guidance statement in the ABC called the Guidance on Hate Speech. Could I just bring up one part of that to show you? It's abc.599.00, withdraw that, .0001.0216. PDF page 5 of this document. Addresses the definition of anti-Semitism not adopted by the ABC. In other words, it explains why IRA is not adopted, and in the context of this guidance, there's a reference to in the paragraph that has IRA in bold, if that could be zoomed in on, please. There's a reference to the point at which legitimate criticism of the State of Israel, the actions of some Israelis, becomes anti-Semitism, reveals itself when the target becomes Jews rather than Israel. So that there is
and when
more
Jews are called Zionists.
Just the editorial policy.
Yeah.
Beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, I was only going to say, and one could go further in saying there are other ways in which that hatred is directed at people who are Jewish by calling them other names like
Indeed.
Zionists.
Indeed. Have you sought consultations with the ABC in respect of matters such as anti-Semitism training or
I have.
presentation of module?
I have. I've had a number of discussions with both the CEO and the chair, I think that when I first spoke to them, which was early on in my term, the situation was not as bad perhaps as it is today, and I've had more recent discussions. And I think that there is an open-mindedness to engage in some further understanding. And I hope that we will be able to pursue that.
Now, in relation to the SBS, the SBS, as you've seen from Ms. Wicks' statement, I think has a code of conduct, and that includes provisions addressed to prejudice, racism and discrimination.
Yes, but as I think I made the point in my first statement here, I do think racism doesn't pick up the important different aspects of anti-Semitism. And therefore, having an anti-racism policy doesn't help with modern day anti-Semitism, or with the tropes, or with, extreme, unfortunately, anti-Semitism coming from the left and the right. Some of it is picked up by racism, but not all of it.
The SPS also publishes a style guide, so-called, which does have a description of anti-Semitism. If I could call up that document, it's stat.899.0094.0003 at page 4. And you've reviewed this definition of anti-Semitism before? Is that right?
No, so I've been just reading it now. Yep.
Perhaps if we could
Yep.
zoom in on anti-Semitism. And in that context, it refers expressly to the IRA definition without adopting it as exhaustive, doesn't it?
Yes, but I think it makes the point, and I had not read this before, but the term refers, it says, to prejudice or discrimination against Jewish people. This is different from behaviours or policies that are biased against Israel. Anti-Israel criticism is not the same as anti-Semitism. So I think that shows on the face of it not understanding more modern day anti-Semitism and the conflation. That's not to say that there shouldn't be criticisms of Israel, but to specifically say any anti-Israel criticism is not the same as anti-Semitism is a rather broad statement, in my opinion.
Well, I'm not sure the word "any" appears in the sentence that you're referring to.
It doesn't say any, but it just says anti-Israel criticism.
Yeah. You accept, as I understand it from your own statement, that there can be criticism of Israel that does not have an anti-Semitic character. You do?
Absolutely. But, if I was to rewrite this definition, I would say, whilst anti-Israel criticism is not the same as anti-Semitism, as per the IRA definition, there are some instances where it amounts to the same thing.
Now, can I ask you finally about the notified intention of the Commonwealth Government to pursue a digital duty of care in respect of the Online Safety Act?
Sure.
Online safety, it has been a concern of yours as well as Special Envoy?
Absolutely, from the moment I was appointed.
Yeah. And you've referred in your statement to the review by Delia Rickard, and you have noted that your own recommendations in this area were structured with that review and its recommendations in mind, is that right?
Yes. I have a lot of respect for Ms. Rickard.
you consider that the government should consider measures to address the effect of online content on a group's protected characteristics, including to address specifically anti-Semitism online.
Absolutely.
Do you regard this as a matter that calls for urgent reform to ensure that the online space is regulated?
Absolutely. I think, obviously, when it was first envisaged and the report, Delia Ricard review was first undertaken, it was undertaken as a review required by the statute itself, and it didn't have any particular issue in mind. And as she conducted her review, it became more apparent about the volume of hatred generally online, and then more and more apparent about the volume of anti-Semitism online. So although anti-Semitism might not have been at the forefront of her mind at the beginning, I think it became something that was encompassed by her recommendations. But it's incredibly urgent, and I know you had evidence the last few days about the projected timetable, and I think that timetable is excessive and it should definitely be contracted.
And as Special Envoy, do you have a perspective on the appropriate overseas analogy that you think the Australian Parliament should follow in terms of the way that this is regulated?
Yes, well, thank you. I think that's a very important point, because the envoys, as I mentioned here, do have a group looking at it, a special sort of subgroup of the envoys that I am on. And there is obviously a distinction between the UK model and the EU model. I think, and Delia Ricard's recommendations make this clear, that obviously we will have our own model because we have our own structure with the e-Safety Commissioner, but that the way we structure the digital duty of care, albeit with a regulator involved, should, in my opinion, follow the EU model more than the UK model. I am a believer in, although there are pros and cons, obviously, to each, but the UK model has devolved into much more specific rules and duties, and the EU is more at a level of a principles-based, if I could use that term, and I do think that is more likely to stand the test of time, given the rapid innovation in the field of AI, etc. It makes more sense to me to put a general duty of care on the platforms to deal with, to risk assess situations and respond, because they will change.
Thanks, Ms. Segal. No further questions.
Yes. Mr. Collins?
I don't have any questions, thank you.
Yes. Mr. Bender?
I have a small number of questions, Commissioner.
Yes.
Ms. Segal, on that last topic of the reforms to the Online Safety Act, in your statement you've indicated that the focus should be extended to encompass the effect of online content based on a group of people's protected characteristics, not only in individuals. That's in paragraph 18 of your statement.
Yes.
And when you refer to a group of people's protected characteristics, you're in effect referring to minority groups or other groups in need of protection, such as groups that might not be a minority, but women would be an example. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
That's a matter that you think is important in the proposed amendments to the...
Yes, I think that was in the Ricard review itself.
And you regard that as an important thing that should be included in the
Absolutely.
reforms. Why do you think it's important?
Well, I think that what we've seen is this explosion of hatred against, of course, the Jewish community, and I think that everybody agrees that it's one of the protected characteristics under this sort of framework, and I think that should be very important matter to be taken into account. And I also believe that, and I think I say this somewhere, that it's not just against an individual, but there should be, and I think Delia Ricard's comments on this, there should be, it's the group, but also the cumulative impact, not just one instance, but on a cumulative basis.
In your view, is that something that the platforms are sufficiently taking a responsibility for at the moment?
In Australia?
In Australia?
No, I don't believe so.
Why is that?
Well, one of the reasons is obviously we don't have this regime in place, and if they don't have to comply with a regime, why would they comply with the regime? They just carry on, and business model being as it is, they just do what they do. They have said to me, I have spoken obviously to the platforms through my role with the other envoys, and I think they would be resigned to the situation that Australia would move to where Europe or the UK is, and they would find it easier to comply if we were more similar rather than dissimilar.
And what have you observed, Ms Segal, in carrying out your office in terms of the experience of the Jewish community in terms of online hate under the present legislative regime?
Well, obviously it's been horrific and extensive, and I think that's been given in a great deal of evidence here over the last week, the volumes of attack, and whenever there are significant events or significant reporting of events, those volumes have increased. And I do give an example in my own statement of one where, as Envoy, we commissioned the Online Hate Institute to just prepare some data for us, and they looked at the response online to various statements of the Prime Minister, for example, greetings from the Prime Minister to communities, and his Facebook greeting, I think in 25, wishing the Jewish community a happy Passover, and similarly other greetings to other communities, happy Easter, etc. The negative reactions and the outright anti-Semitic reactions to the Prime Minister's Passover message was very stark, far outstripped the number of similar posts in relation to any other message. And so I think that's just illustrative of what the Jewish community has been subject to.
In the course of carrying out your office and having become a very public Jewish person, have you experienced anti-Semitic abuse online directed at you?
Absolutely, of course, and I believe some of that's been tendered here.
Are you aware of the evidence that was given earlier in this hearing block by Ms Vandenbroek from the Department of Infrastructure to the effect that the present decision of the government, which has been conveyed to the department, is that the scope of the duty of care will not extend to cover harm in the form of attacks based on a group of people's protected characteristics?
There are a number of issues that I have of concern in relation to that discussion paper. I think that's why it goes, there's a discussion paper, I think, for feedback. It's important that those people who are concerned about the issues take them up. I have many concerns about the paper.
What are the key concerns in your mind about the present plan of the government to implement a duty of care, the scope of which will not extend to cover harm in the form of attacks based on a group of people's protected characteristics?
Well, I think obviously it just misses the point in relation to specifically protecting minority communities like the Jewish community, but not only the Jewish community, other communities. I think that they need to understand the importance of it. And I think that they are, my experience with the department is they are open-minded and will take the feedback on board.
Now, to what extent, in your view, would a version of the duty of care that didn't direct particular attention to protection of groups rather than individuals be fit for purpose of regulating online hate in Australia?
Well, I think it's that's a complex question about online hate. It certainly won't tackle the hate directed at specific communities in the same way as it could if those protected characteristics were referenced. I think that there are many changes, as I said, that need to be introduced from their discussion paper, I think. As I said, the cumulative impact is one of them, and I think the issue, personally, I think the issue of a definition of online hate is an important issue to consider. The discussion paper just references serious harm, and I think these are matters that need to be, people need to put their views and they need to be, considered. But I do believe that they should be considered quickly. I do think that there's a degree of urgency here. And Sarah's evidence, which indicated, from now another 18 months or so, and is excessive. I do think it's something that can be done faster.
Thank you, Ms. Segal. Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. John?
No, Commissioner.
Mr. Lancaster, anything arising?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Segal.
Thank you.
I'm not sure that I should excuse you. It might be that we'll ask you to come back,
Thank you.
but I'll excuse you for now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Lancaster.
The next witness is Mr. Gavin Fang. I call him.
Yes.
Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath.
Please hold or place your text on the relevant text. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please state, I do.
I do.
Mr. Fang, what's your full name, please?
Gavin Fang.
Your address is known to the Commission and you're the Editorial Director of the ABC.
That's correct.
You've prepared a written statement dated 30 June 2026. Are the contents of that statement true and correct?
It is.
Commissioner, the document has an ID STAT.899.0001.0420. I tender Mr. Fang's statement.
Yes. That document will be marked as an exhibit.
Mr. Fang, you've been Editorial Director since January 2024.
Correct.
What is the remit of your role as Editorial Director?
I lead a small team of editorial policy advisors. We provide advice in a pre-publication forum to our content teams who are making their content about how their content can meet our editorial standards. I'm also the primary editorial advisor to the Managing Director in his role as Editor-in-Chief.
Thank you. Before your appointment to your current role, you were Deputy Director of News.
That's correct?
And you've been employed in other capacities at the ABC since about the year 2000.
Yes.
You've noted in your statement that the increase in anti-Semitism in Australia and its impact on the Jewish community is a significant story for the national broadcaster to address in its coverage.
Absolutely, yes.
Can you address this at paragraphs 32 to 39 of your statement, but could you just briefly outline how the ABC has endeavoured to cover that increase in anti-Semitism and its impact?
Yes. So we have attempted to centre the experiences of the Jewish community in regards to the coverage of anti-Semitism. We have covered the impact of a variety of attacks, for instance, on Jewish synagogues, on graffiti and other incidences of anti-Semitism. We've covered the police and authorities and government responses to that. We have covered the politics of that. And we have continued to try to do that both in our day-to-day and long-term reporting, including investigative current affairs shows through our Four Corners program, for example, all the way through to the recent national forum which explored anti-Semitism in Australia today.
Thank you. In your statement, you also say that the ABC has had a continuous presence reporting in the Middle East for decades.
That's correct.
And what's the nature of the ABC's presence in the Middle East?
We currently have a correspondent in Jerusalem. We, at various times over the past couple of years, has had a reporter either based in Lebanon or in Turkey. And during the course of the coverage of the war, we have scaled up or down depending on the need. Depending on the news events, we've brought in correspondents and other resources from our bureaus around the world and also from Sydney.
And is there a particular part of the ABC charter that reporting on the Middle East satisfies in your view?
Well, the ABC has a commitment to tell stories to Australian audiences through Australian eyes, and I think that's an important part of our charter obligation. And so reporting on important international events and events overseas that affect Australians in significant ways, like the conflict in the Middle East does, is part of us meeting our charter obligation to create news and current affairs that's impartial and accurate and objective.
Apart from the general objectives of impartiality and objectivity, is there any other general editorial approach that the ABC has sought to apply to Middle East coverage?
We have applied our editorial standards as we do in all of our coverage. We have provided additional guidance to our teams through a Middle East guidance document that's been updated over the course of the past couple of years. But that's really come back to attempting to come back to the basic high standards around accuracy, attribution, verification, a diversity of relevant perspectives to be included in our coverage. The guidance has also attempted to help provide our correspondents and our reporting teams with more information on contentious issues, language, and ongoing issues, for example, the details of the ICJ case into genocide.
So the Middle East guidance document, when was that first prepared or issued within the editorial team?
That was first, work on that first begun in the backup, or around, I think, December 2023. It was shortly after the October 7 terrorist attacks by Hamas into Israel and after Israel's response into Gaza.
So it was in progress when you became editorial director?
That's right. I had a role in the creation of that in my previous role and then picked that up as part of my current role.
Part of the charter is to take account of the multicultural character of the Australian community. How does that apply in the approach you take in editorial terms to coverage of the Middle East conflict?
Well, I think, our role is to bring stories that are important to Australians of all walks of life and all backgrounds. The Middle East conflict clearly impacts Australians personally. There are many people in Australia, many Australians that have a personal connection to the war and to the impact of that. And so it's important for us to provide comprehensive coverage of those events so that they can understand what's going on.
Now, you may have heard me refer earlier to Section 79, capital A of the ABC Act, that it's for the ABC to determine for itself to what extent and in what matter political matter or controversial matter will be broadcast. Could you explain how that factors into your role as editorial director?
So part of my role is, and my team's role is to provide editorial policy advice to our content makers, as I indicated before. And that goes to maintaining the independence and integrity of the ABC as set out in the Act, and providing advice about that, and also advice about accurate and impartial journalism. And that series of editorial policies that we have, which are created by the ABC and alongside codes of conduct and other policies, is an expression of that independence and an expression of the ABC meeting that independence and meeting those obligations in our coverage. And so they form the framework by which we do that reporting.
And in the development of that framework, when your team creates a guidance document like the Middle East guidance document and finalises it, is the process that is then submitted to the board for approval, or is that a step that the editorial director, stops with you?
It depends. A guidance like that is not a policy, so I wouldn't submit that to the board. A guidance like that would go to the editor-in-chief for feedback, but largely can be managed in my role.
And then there's a distinction between that sort of guidance and formal policies that go to the board for approval, is that right?
Correct. The editorial policies themselves require sign-off by the managing director as editor-in-chief, and they would ordinarily go to the board.
Ms. Segal in her statement says that Australians' trust in the ABC stems primarily from the ABC's statutory obligations of accuracy, impartiality and balance. Do you accept that?
Yes.
Now, in addition to the editorial policies and the guidance documents that I've asked you about, the ABC has a code of practice.
That's correct.
And that is a document that's again finalised at board level and then supplied to ACMA.
Yes, the code of practice is our public statement about our editorial standards that goes to ACMA.
And that informs audiences about, or readers about, recourse to ACMA if there's a complaint that's sought to be made.
That's correct.
Now, the policies developed by the ABC are used by the ABC Ombudsman to assess content about which complaints are made.
Yes.
And the Ombudsman's also provided with the guidance documents, is that right?
The Ombudsman has access to them. They're publicly available, yes.
In paragraph 18 of your statement, you've said that editorial policies capture some of the complexity of the relationship a public media organisation must have with its audience who fund it and to whom it's accountable. Could you just develop the complexity that you're referring to there? What do you mean?
Yes. A public media organisation, and as you've pointed out, its trust relies on its independence and its accuracy and its impartiality. But news and current affairs can be challenging to people. And so the editorial policies also balance up issues like weighing up public interest with harm and offence, navigating complex issues around impartiality and getting diversity of perspectives into content over time, making sure that we're managing our independence in a way that's understood by the audience. So it's trying to provide a set of guidance for our content makers that navigate some of those complicated issues of journalism.
And that reflects that there's often room for reasonable debate or disagreement about the application of editorial judgment in sensitive or complicated cases.
Absolutely, and often.
And what?
And often.
And often, yes. There's a policy issued titled Accuracy, and that requires the ABC content makers to make reasonable efforts to ensure that material facts are accurate and presented in context.
Yes.
And the policy notes that what is a reasonable effort depends on the type, subject and nature of the content, audience expectations and the impact of reliance by the audience on the accuracy of the content.
Yes, correct.
There is a policy directed towards impartiality and diversity of perspectives.
Yes.
And in that policy it says that the ABC takes no editorial stance other than its commitment to fundamental democratic principles, including the rule of law, freedom of speech and religion, parliamentary democracy and non-discrimination. Is that right?
That's correct.
Does that set the ABC apart, in your view, from other media outlets?
Well, I think our editorial policies at large and that particular statement that's included sets out a series of principles or a series of higher standards that public media is often held to and which we accept. So yes.
Now the policy, which is I think now up on the screen, refers to a requirement for the ABC to present over time content reflecting a diversity of perspectives from a diversity of sources.
Yes.
And obviously enough, as a practical matter, that can't occur in every instance of reporting. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is the way you as editorial director approach it that no significant strand of opinion or belief is to be knowingly excluded or disproportionately represented?
Yes.
The policy explicitly refers to, doesn't it, consideration being given to likely audience expectations?
Yes.
You have heard Ms. Segal's report of complaints from members of the Jewish community about their perception of ABC coverage. Is that a matter which itself is something that you do or will take into account?
Yes.
And how could the ABC address that perception? Do you have any suggestion for the way that perception could be addressed?
We're mindful very much of audience feedback and the impact of our content on the audience. We receive considerable audience feedback, as you might imagine. I think as regards to the editorial policies in my role, what I'm focused on is to make sure that we're meeting our standards and that our content meets those standards around impartiality, accuracy, fairness, and the like. And so in that regard, I think that continuing to take on board audiences' feedback is something that we do, but we also have, as has been discussed already here today, an independent ombudsman and a system that provides us with an assessment of the quality of our coverage.
And the policy explicitly requires the ABC not to unduly favour one perspective over another?
That's correct.
It's on page 2 of the policy.
Yes.
And what's the process by which these policies are brought to the attention or brought to the attention again of those who are involved at a journalistic level with the coverage that's broadcast?
Yes. So as I indicated, my team provide pre-publication advice. So content makers often come to the team or rely on the team, particularly on contentious matters, to provide advice on the policy. So that's done in an ongoing, everyday manner. We also regularly review our guidance to make sure it's fit for purpose, and that's informed by the information that we're getting back from our own content makers, but also other data points like audience responses and audience feedback. The editorial policies themselves are not on a ongoing process of automatic renewal, but it is something that my team regularly looks at. And over the past couple of years, for example, we've updated for example, the objectivity and impartiality guidance in response to what we thought were a need to better explain some issues in that for our content teams.
There's also a policy called the harm and offence policy that we looked at earlier today with another witness, that is. Now that policy acknowledges that from time to time ABC content may offend some of the audience some of the time?
Yes.
And is that, in your view, a inevitable consequence of the fulfilment of the objective of informing diverse audiences about the same story?
I don't think it's an inevitable consequence. I think we pay close attention to how we weigh up public interest when doing stories where there may be the potential to do harm. So it's not inevitable, but it does happen, and part of the role of a public media organisation is also to do challenging stories, to do brave journalism in the attempt to allow the community to be informed and make up their own mind about issues.
Do you accept that there must always be an editorial context that justifies content that is likely to cause harm or offence?
Yes.
And is that what you're referring to in your statement, paragraph 20 to 21, when you say this, ABC may challenge and offend so long as it's reasonable within the service of the public interest? Is that what you're referring to there? The harm and offence policy also contains provisions requiring the ABC to avoid the unjustified use of stereotypes or discriminatory content.
Yes.
And is the way you explain that to the content makers that it obviously includes anti-Semitic content?
Yes.
Are there any other aspects of editorial policies that you think of particular relevance or importance in terms of the ABC's coverage of the Middle East conflict or anti-Semitism in Australia?
Well, in terms of the Middle East conflict, I mean, I think as it's been laid out in that guidance, clearly accuracy, impartiality, fairness, and independence. In relation to anti-Semitism, you have pointed out some of the areas already, but we have a commitment to non-discrimination as part of the ABC's editorial policies. We have the harm and offence standards, which sets out at 7.7 that we should not be doing content that condones or encourages prejudice. We also have editorial guidance around hate speech, which speaks to when criticism of the State of Israel becomes, or Jews become the target of that, or Jewish people become the target of that, then that is anti-Semitism.
Can I take you to some of the Special Envoy's concerns about the ABC's coverage, in particular of the Middle East conflict? You I take it, have seen Ms. Segal's second statement and have read that?
Yes.
Have you, on behalf of the ABC, had engagement with the Special Envoy to discuss her concerns about anti-Semitism?
I have not personally done that, no.
Do you know if there's any meeting planned?
For myself?
Yes.
No, I don't know.
Now, the ABC receives a lot of feedback and complaints regarding its coverage of the Middle East. Is that a fair comment?
Yes.
And it encompasses complaints from people who think your coverage, that is the ABC's coverage, was either excuse me, too pro-Israel or too anti-Israel?
Yes, over the course of the coverage of the Middle East conflict, it is generally run about 50-50 either way.
Now, Ms. Segal, in a statement, reports of her understanding of complaints relayed to her about the ABC. Have you received feedback to the same effect at the ABC directly from Jewish Australians?
Do you mean if we received complaints directly?
No, complaints to the same effect of that kind of disproportionate coverage of the conflict.
We've received complaints about individual stories, and yes, in the course of that, people that are providing their feedback have complained about our broader coverage, yes.
Yeah. Now, in Ms. Segal's statement, she suggests that the ABC needs to be conscious that failing to report fairly or accurately on Israel has a flow-on effect on the Australian Jewish community, because some people will conflate Jewish people with the State of Israel in an anti-Semitic way. Now, are you conscious of that possibility, that flow-on effect?
Yes, I'm conscious that our coverage of the war in the Middle East has an impact on the Australian community and is felt very strongly across the community.
You acknowledge that one clear example of anti-Semitism is when a Jewish Australian is abused or criticised as though he or she is responsible for the actions of the State of Israel?
Yes.
Yeah. And Ms. Segal's referred to the conflation effect and the risk of that leading to further anti-Semitism in Australia. Now, do you accept that that risk exists? Is that something you're conscious of in your editorial decisions?
I accept that there are strongly held views and that people respond to the coverage in different ways depending on their perspective, and I reflect on the purpose of the public broadcaster and the purpose of our role, which is to provide accurate and impartial information to Australians to make up their own mind about events.
The Special Envoy's concern is expressed to be that unfairly negative coverage of the State of Israel can encourage the conflation effect. Do you wish to comment on that?
I think that's a perspective that can be truly held, and definitely if there was, what was the term?
Unfairly negative
Unfairly
coverage.
negative coverage, I'm sure that could have that impact.
The in your statement in paragraph 50, you say that the restriction on reporting inside Gaza has meant that the ABC, like many news organisations, has had to rely on a network of producers and some international news agency sources for first-hand reporting of events that are there?
Yes, that's correct. I think, as I say in the statement, we've had access into Gaza since the start of the war twice.
Yeah. Now, in practice, what effect does that have on the risks or risk to the integrity of journalistic practice and editorial policy?
Well, I'd frame it slightly differently in that, as we spoke about before, part of our role is to put Australian eyes on events and to tell stories through Australian eyes, so it makes it very difficult to do that. Relying on fixers, stringers, producers in country is something that is commonly done by the media, but it means that you need to have high standards around verification and attribution, and ask plenty of questions and continue to check on the information that comes back to you through those people.
In paragraph 48, you refer to ABC having 2 brief and tightly controlled deployments in Gaza since the outbreak of the war. Can you explain what that involved?
Well, on both occasions, we were allowed into Gaza.
Who allowed you into Gaza?
The Israeli government provided us permission to go into Gaza under the escorted by the Israeli Defence Force, and we were in Gaza for a very short period of time.
On each occasion?
On each occasion.
And save for those 2 occasions, what has been the obstacle to you going into Gaza?
The Israeli government has not provided us with permission to go into Gaza.
Now, the ABC Charter requires the ABC to broadcast programs that reflect the cultural diversity of the Australian community. How does that factor into editorial policy and direction in the particular coverage of the Middle East conflict?
Well, mostly in that it's important for us to hear from and to include the variety of perspectives on the conflict in our coverage.
The Special Envoy has said in paragraph 34 of her statement that she has reports from members of the Jewish community who feel that the ABC disproportionately gives voice to anti-Israel voices. Can you respond to that?
I've read that statement and I don't agree. I think that in all of our reporting, our goal is to meet our standards and to be accurate, to be impartial. We seek to, where relevant, hear from affected parties on a variety of sides of the conflict, and that means hearing from both Palestinians and from Israelis, from hearing from government sources and from non-government, and from hearing from people that have a relevant perspective to be included in the story so that Australians can understand what's accurately what's happening.
Another criticism that was levelled is that there's a pattern of prominent reporting of emotive incidents which were overstated or wrong, and corrections being made much less prominently and much later than when the correction ought to have been made. Do you have a general response to that before I ask you about a specific instance?
Well, in regards to corrections, I mean, our approach is to attempt to correct matters at the first opportunity. Sometimes we don't achieve that because we're attempting to ensure we fully understand what the issue might have been. We have a transparent corrections and clarifications policy, which means that we publish on a corrections and clarifications page all the corrections that we make. In my view, it's incredibly transparent, and it's probably more transparent than any other media organisation in the country.
Now, I think you're in the hearing room when I asked Ms. Segal about the UN official referring to a fact in an interview with the BBC about 14,000 babies. This is in May 2023.
Yes.
And 2025, I'm sorry. So the broadcast, you're familiar with the detail of this case, I take it?
Yes.
And the statistic was first broadcast by the ABC on News Breakfast at 6 a.m. on the 21st of May 2025.
Yes.
And it was, and that reference to the statistic was part of the opening headlines bundle.
Yes.
And the Ombudsman found that it had been apparent since 3 hours earlier, 3 a.m. Sydney time, that the statistic was not accurate.
Yes, that's correct.
And it was first corrected by the ABC at 4 p.m. on the afternoon briefing program.
Yes.
You agree that correction would not have been apparent to many viewers of the News Breakfast program?
Yes, it was a bad mistake. The correction came on the news channel, the same channel that hosts News Breakfast, later in the afternoon. Ordinarily, we would try to do one of two things. Try to get a correction as soon as possible, but also do a correction to the same or similar audience, so the News Breakfast audience. In this case, the correction was done on the news channel that afternoon.
Would it have been appropriate to make a correction the following morning in the next edition of the News Breakfast program?
Yes.
And then it wasn't until the 28th of May that a more general correction was published online?
Yes, that's correct. The issue here was that we wanted to make sure that the error had not been replicated in other places. The nature of the modern media is that television, video items might appear on our social media feeds, on other places. So it took some time to make sure that we were able to pull down all of those elements and to do a correction once that had happened.
Is it the case that many viewers of the original News Breakfast program could be expected not to have seen the online correction?
I doubt that anybody who had seen that, given the ongoing publicity about this issue, would not know that we have made a correction to that.
Now, there was a second issue that's been dealt with in the materials, which is the timeline concerning an Israeli airstrike published in an ABC Digital story. You're familiar with that?
Which particular story are you referring to there?
I can bring up the document. It's rcd.599.0001.001. Now, this is a Ombudsman investigation report, and it refers to a complaint about a story that was first published on the 28th of May 2024. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you recall this particular issue?
I recall it broadly, but not the specifics. I'd have to rely on the investigation report.
Yes. So there was an ABC Digital story that omitted what was found by the Ombudsman to be a material fact that an Israeli airstrike was preceded by fresh Hamas rocket attacks on Tel Aviv.
Yes.
And the Ombudsman's finding on page 2 was that the story, having been first published on the 28th of May, wasn't updated to reflect the correct description until 17 July. So that the third full paragraph, the end of that paragraph.
Yes, I can see that.
Now, I know I've only put 2 matters to you, but you appreciate the Special Envoy has made a suggestion that there is some sort of pattern of late and not very prominent corrections if the initial reporting of the ABC does turn out to be inaccurate. Do you have a general response to that?
Yes, I don't agree with that broadly. I think that what occurs is that we try to make a correction or an apology or a clarification as soon as we can to the audience. It's a really important principle to try to reduce the harm, if you would, of inaccurate information being out there. So our attempt is to make sure that we correct it as soon as we can. Where we needed to do an apology, we do. As quickly as we can, but sometimes it does take time, particularly if there's an independent ombudsman investigation into something. Sometimes it takes time for that to be resolved, and we want to make sure that we allow that process to work its way through before we make a final statement about whether something is right or wrong, or whatever might be the response we'd take to a breach finding, for example.
Can I ask you about another issue raised by the Special Envoy, which is the suggestion that the function of the Ombudsman ought to be reworked or replaced so that that review function is external to the ABC. And you would have heard Ms. Segal address that in her evidence earlier.
Yes.
Now, as a matter of history at the ABC, there was a review by Macmillan and Carroll, the Macmillan-Carroll review in 2022, that addressed certain systemic practices of the ABC and initially made the recommendation for the establishment of the ABC Ombudsman. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
The rationale for those reviewers making that recommendation is set out in the report, but can you speak to, from your perspective, the rationale for having an ombudsman that is independent of the editorial policy but nevertheless reporting to the board?
Yes, the Macmillan-Carroll review predates my time, but I'm familiar with it. The review specifically looked at what was then the ABC's internal complaint handling system, was Audience and Consumer Affairs. That's a system that's replicated in other public broadcasters. The BBC system actually remains internal, as that system did. And it specifically did look at this perception or this criticism that the ABC was marking its own homework. And it found that it wasn't, but that it was an important step to tackle that perception for the creation of a new body, an independent ombudsman's body that reported to the board, but that was independent of the editorial functions. And as such, that body was created, and my role really then is separated off to be pre-publication, in a sense. Under Audience and Consumer Affairs, which existed previously, the investigation and standards function sat inside the one editorial policy team. So we now have an independent ombudsman system with which reports to the board with a really clear, publicly available set of processes and practices, and of course there's still recourse to the ACMA, which provides an additional review and oversight function.
The review in particular mention a couple of considerations I just wish to raise with you. One is that the internal review function did promote editorial independence because it involved separate lines of consideration of content. Is that something that you maintain should continue?
Yes.
The review also referred to considerations of time taken for dealing with issues. And what's your perspective on that consideration?
Yes. I mean, I think one of the advantages of a system such as the one that we have is that the Ombudsman, while independent, still understands the broader organisation and can often have an influence over getting faster corrections and faster responses by content teams.
Just pardon me for a moment. Now, one aspect of the ABC Ombudsman's role is that the Ombudsman does not undertake broad editorial inquiries across multiple pieces of ABC content. That's outside the Ombudsman's mandate. Is that right?
That's correct, although the board could ask the Ombudsman to conduct a review or investigation.
So the Ombudsman, by her own motion, couldn't conduct some wider systemic analysis of reporting of a particular issue over a particular point in time, but your observation is that the board could require her to do so, is that right?
Yes.
The Special Envoy has noted in her evidence that the cumulative impact of a series of editorial decisions might give rise to the perception that she's reported from members of the community. So is that an issue that you say the Ombudsman could address if the board of the ABC decided that that was appropriate?
Yes, the board could ask the Ombudsman to do a more broad-ranging investigation, but the ACMA also has that power on its own.
And is that also a matter that you give consideration to as editorial director?
Yes, absolutely.
Are you aware of any consideration at a board level of systemic concerns about editorial policy so far as it affects the Middle East conflict?
No.
So as you understand it, the Ombudsman's remit is not limited to consideration of single instances of complaints about single stories?
The Ombudsman responds to audience complaints and so looks at individual pieces of content, but my observation was just that the board could ask the Ombudsman to do something broader if required.
And do you have any other response to the suggestion by Ms Segal that the ABC Ombudsman be re-established as some sort of external regulator?
I think that one of the important aspects of the public broadcaster is its independence, and I think that's really critical. But I think the current structures, which involve an ombudsman that is separate to the content teams, that reports to the board, is functioning effectively, and there is additional oversight from the ACMA. I'm not sure how another oversight body might function in addition to that existing oversight body, which already has the power to review and to examine the ABC's content.
In your statement, you also address the fact that the ABC has not adopted the IRA definition, and you provide some explanation for why that's occurred, and you say that the ABC has not taken a position to reject the IRA definition, but rather has chosen not to adopt it. Could you explain that decision?
Yes. We understand the importance of getting this right, and the deeply held views in the community about this issue, and I accept that the IRA definition and its examples may be useful in some organisations and in government and in other places. My advice has related to the application of that type of definition in an editorial policy setting, so how that would relate to our content. The IRA definition, or the examples in the definition in particular, are contested, and it is important for us to maintain not just our independence, but the perception of independence. And it's my view, and has been my advice, that adopting a definition that is contested would not help us with both the perception of independence and our independence more broadly, and that our current framework, as it relates to our editorial policies, is effective in doing that.
One of the things that can occur under the legislation governing the ABC Act, is that the Minister may furnish the board of the ABC with a statement of Commonwealth policy.
Yes.
In Section 8.2, that can occur. Now, if the Commonwealth Minister were to consider a statement of Commonwealth policy in respect of anti-Semitism, the Minister would no doubt prepare any such statement on the basis that it's consistent with the definition that's adopted by the Commonwealth, namely the IRA definition. You accept that?
Yes.
If such a statement is given by the Minister to the board, I do note it doesn't have to be applied by the ABC, but it must be taken into account by the ABC. Would that materially affect editorial policy in the ABC if that were to occur?
That might... my focus is on the editorial policies rather than thinking more broadly about workplace policy. So I would have to consider the application of that as it related to our editorial policies.
I think they're very rare occasions the statement of Commonwealth policy be provided by the Minister to the ABC. Is that your understanding? Has that occurred in your tenure?
I don't have any recollection of that in my time.
Yeah. The ABC's approach to the meaning of anti-Semitism, has that been developed with any consultation with external experts on anti-Semitism or members of the Jewish community?
I'm not... I don't have the background entirely to the development of those policies. They've been in place for a considerable amount of time. As a general rule, we attempt to engage with relevant stakeholders about changes in policy and guidance where we can.
Thanks, Mr. Fang. No further questions.
Yes, Mr. Bender.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Fang, I appear for various peak Jewish community bodies. Can I ask the operator to bring up on the screen ABC.5999.0001.0359, which for your benefit, Mr. Fang, is the editorial policy on hate speech, terrorism and mass killings that you refer to in part in your statement. I have a hard copy that I can hand to
Yes, we'll
witness.
post that. might be done, thank you.
It might save time if it's, with your leave, Commissioner, if I start asking him by reference to the
Thanks.
hard copy document, although I am conscious you may not have a copy.
You proceed, Mr. Bender.
Thank you. So going first to point 7.7 of the policy, that's the key editorial standard insofar as it relates to use of stereotypes and discriminatory content, correct?
Yes, in addition to the broader commitment to non-discrimination, which is in the editorial policies.
Now, obviously enough, neither that broader commitment nor this provision expressly refers to anti-Semitism or Jewish people, correct?
Correct.
That occurs later in the document at page 9, using the numbers on the bottom right-hand corner. And you can see that about 8 points down the page, there's a reference to the extract that you've included in your statement, the point at which legitimate criticism of the State of Israel and the actions of some Israelis become anti-Semitism reveals itself when the target becomes Jews rather than Israel.
Yes.
And then over to page, the next page, in the first bullet point under the heading Advice on Recognising Hate Speech, there's another reference to singling out groups which include Jews.
Yes.
So am I right in thinking that the two references that I've just taken you to are the only parts of the ABC's editorial policies that expressly refer to anti-Semitism or the targeting of Jews specifically?
I believe so, yes.
Going back to page 9 on the bottom right-hand corner, so the previous page, please, operator. Thank you. Can you see under the heading Identifying Discriminatory Content that the guidance or the policy says that distinguishing between hate speech and legitimate debate can be very difficult, and the acceptable boundaries are often not clear? I take it you agree with that statement?
Yes.
And in particular, you're aware that anti-Semitism can be especially difficult to detect because it's often expressed in coded language that doesn't refer to Jews at all, correct?
Yes.
An example of that would be if someone were to refer to a globalist cabal of bankers controlling the world's money. You'd agree that's quite possibly a coded version of anti-Semitism.
Yes.
And that's something that, if it was to be broadcast on the ABC, would need to be scrutinised extremely carefully.
Yes.
The only way in which this policy addresses the question of when criticism of an idea might transform into criticism of Jewish people in an anti-Semitic way is the statement that anti-Semitism reveals itself when the target becomes Jews rather than Israel. Do you agree with that? That's the only time this document attempts to guide the reader as to when criticism of an idea, in that case Israel, might cross the line into anti-Semitic targeting of Jews.
The broader standard at 7.7 speaks to discrimination and prejudice.
No, but there's no attempt to educate the reader of this document how to know where to draw that line with respect to Jews specifically, is there?
That's correct. This is a guidance on a particular standard.
Is there any other document that's used within ABC to educate staff as to when they should draw that line? That is, when they should know that anti-Semitism that doesn't expressly target Jews, a text that doesn't directly target Jews crosses the line into unacceptable anti-Semitism?
Do you mean beyond editorial policies?
Yes.
We have policies about racism and anti-racism, but I'm not across the detail of that in a way that I could explain it to you here.
So other than this statement that you've referred to in your witness statement, you can't think of right now any additional guidance that might be given to somebody working at the ABC as to know when there is anti-Semitism directed at Jews?
We have workplace guidance about racism and anti-racism training, and there would be policies that would be able to be provided to staff around that. But in terms of the editorial policies, that's something different, which you're referring to here.
But the other policies you just referred to, other than this document, do you know whether they refer to Jews or anti-Semitism in particular?
I'd have to go and have a look at that.
I see. Do you know whether staff at ABC get training on that topic, that is, when to identify anti-Semitism when it's not specifically and expressly directed at Jews in terms?
There's broad anti-racism training. I don't have the detail in front of me about what's in that.
But you're not aware right now of any specific training on that topic that's given to ABC staff?
Correct, but that's not my role.
I see. Isn't there a possibility that unless that question is clearly explained to ABC staff, that issue of when it is that the ABC considers the line has been crossed and legitimate comment on Israel or anything else crosses the line into anti-Semitism, isn't there a risk that that question will be answered inconsistently within the organisation by different people?
Possibly.
Has the ABC done anything to address that risk?
Do you mean outside of the editorial policies in terms of training and other policies?
In any way, has the ABC done anything to address the possibility that different people within it may have different ideas of what anti-Semitism is?
I don't have that detail. It's not really my role.
Is it possible, for example, that people handling complaints might have a different idea in their mind of what anti-Semitism is to the people who are responsible for editorial content?
It's possible.
Are you aware of any steps that have been taken within the ABC to address that possibility?
Which possibility? That
the complaints team might have a different idea of what anti-Semitism is by comparison to the editorial team?
We have, as I've said, we have broad anti-racism training at the ABC, but in respect to that specific aspect, no.
Well, wouldn't it be useful to have a single and clear definition within the ABC that gives more guidance than what's presently in this policy as to when that line is crossed? That is, the line between legitimate criticism of Israel or anything else on the one hand into anti-Semitism directed at Jewish people.
It may be, but in regards to the editorial policies, which is what I'm focused on, I believe there is sufficient information and it is sufficiently defined to allow staff with guidance and with thinking about harm and offence policies to make that determination.
But do any of those guidances beyond this policy or anything else within ABC's internal structures give you confidence that ABC staff are consistently thinking about anti-Semitism in a consistent way across the organisation?
ABC staff provided with these policies and with a variety of guidance. I think there will always be in any large group of people different applications or different understandings, but what my intent is and my role is to help shape the content and make sure that the editorial content meets our standards.
If the operator could go please to page 13 in the bottom right hand corner of the document. No, I'm sorry, the internal page numbering please. I don't have the doc ID number. Yes, thank you. Can you see that in italics about 7/10 of the way down the page it indicates that the note was issued, or the policy was issued on 26 November 2019 and then revised 13 December 2023?
Yes.
So that obviously was about 2 months after October 7, 2023. Do you know whether consideration has been given to revising the treatment of anti-Semitism in this policy at any time since 13 December 2023?
In the consideration of the conversations around the IRA definition, this would have come up as it relates to this guidance note, but not formally in the sense that have we looked to revise this guidance note, no.
ABC made a decision not to adopt the IRA definition As part of that decision-making process, was thought given to whether this policy should be updated to be more specific about when anti-Semitism arises?
No, it was my view that this policy was sufficient.
But you're aware that in the period between 13 December 2023 and now, there's been a large increase in anti-Semitism in Australia, and in fact ABC's covered that increase.
Yes.
That's right, isn't it? Isn't that a reason that the ABC should consider amplifying the definition of anti-Semitism within its own policies, given that increase in anti-Semitism that's occurred since this document was revised?
No, not necessarily. This is an editorial policy document about to govern our published content.
And isn't the fact that ABC decided not to adopt IRA, doesn't that make it more important for the ABC to have its own thorough and clear definition that will assist its staff in knowing anti-Semitism when it's there?
What's the premise of the question?
The fact that ABC has decided to reject the IRA definition, doesn't that provide an additional reason to revisit the definition in this document? That is, to provide a clearer ABC document without an external influence as to when anti-Semitism arises?
No, not necessarily. I think if our editorial guidance more broadly is ensuring that we meet our high standards, in particular around this issue as well, then it does not mean it necessarily needs a revision.
Thank you, Mr. Fang. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Kaplan.
Commissioner, we sought and were granted leave to put some questions to Mr. Fang.
Yes.
Although I note time.
Yes. Any idea, Mr. Kaplan? I'm not putting you under any pressure.
Between 5 and 10 minutes, Commissioner.
I see. And Mr. Colin?
2 questions.
We'll press on.
Very well. Mr. Fang, together with Ms. Heath, I appear for the Commonwealth, which for present purposes includes ACMA. Could you please take up your statement of 30 June? You'll see that in paragraph 5 of the statement you refer to section 8 of the ABC Act, which sets out the duties of the board.
Yes.
You'd be familiar with section 8.1e of that Act, which provides that it's the duty of the board to develop codes of practice relating to, amongst other things, programming matters, and to notify those codes to ACMA.
Yes.
Am I right in saying that in the development of the ABC's codes of practice, there's no consultation between the ABC and ACMA? Rather, the codes are developed by the board and then simply notified to ACMA. Is that the process?
I believe so, but I'd need to check that to be sure.
I see. Could you go to paragraph 6 of your statement, please? Here you set out the ABC's charter, which itself is set out in section 6 of the ABC Act. And just focus, please, on paragraph 2A Roman 2. In the provision by the corporation of its broadcasting services within Australia, the corporation shall take account of the standards from time to time determined by the ACMA in respect of broadcasting services. What's your understanding, Mr. Fang, of the phrase standards from time to time determined by ACMA in respect of broadcasting services?
The practical application, I think, of that in my role would be around ACMA's findings, potentially around investigations that they might have made, and how that might relate to the ABC's editorial policies and the content that we produce. Any changes to regulation, for instance, that might occur. For instance, I understand through my role that there's been a classification standards work has been done over the past 12 months, so changes to the rules and regulations around those things administered by ACMA as they relate to our codes of practice and our content.
And what about research published by ACMA, position papers and the like?
If they're useful, they could be used to inform some of our thinking.
Are you familiar with the position paper published by ACMA in June 2022 titled "What Audiences Want"?
No.
So, in light of your response to the question that I just put about subparagraph 2A Roman 2 of the ABC Charter, are you able to say whether in the development of the 2024 ABC Code of Practice, any of the standards from time to time determined by ACMA in respect of broadcasting services, as you understand that phrase, were taken into account by the ABC?
So the update to the Code of Practice was done mostly before my time in the role. So I'm aware of that process, but not the specifics of what was then used to inform that.
I see. Is there someone within the ABC who would be aware of that?
Yes.
Who might that be?
There was a member of my team that was acting in the role at the time who was more involved with the Code of Practice changes.
One last question. What's the name of that person who was in that position?
Simon Melkman.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Fang. One last question in relation to paragraph 31 of your witness statement. This is where you discuss a complainant's external review rights. You refer in particular to a complainant taking up their complaint with ACMA where they're dissatisfied with the response given by the ABC to their complaint. Where a complaint has been made to ACMA in those circumstances, are you able to speak to what engagement, if any, there is between the ABC and ACMA once the complaint has been referred to ACMA?
Well, in general, the ACMA will ask us for comments about the particular piece of content and at some point across that process make a preliminary finding and invite comment from the ABC. We're encouraged to provide our response to that, and then the ACMA will make a final finding based on their own judgments of their own investigation and taking into consideration any applications that we have made as part of that process.
And if that final finding or conclusion is that the ABC has breached a provision in its code of practice, does ABC have a policy position on whether it adopts that finding or conclusion, or does it have the discretion to disagree with that finding or conclusion?
The ABC can disagree, and we have done in the past, but it's incredibly rare. In most cases, we accept the finding of the ACMA.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Fang. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Captain. Mr. Collins.
I promise no more than a couple of minutes, Commissioner. Mr. Fang, you were asked some questions by Mr. Bender about content that might be considered anti-Semitic, even though it does not expressly refer to Jewish people. The example he gave was of coded references or content that draws upon tropes. Are you aware of any instances of news or editorial content broadcast or published by the ABC that's been either said or found to be anti-Semitic because of references of that kind?
No.
The Special Envoy characterised the role of the ABC Ombudsman as the ABC marking its own homework and of her being insufficiently independent because she works within the culture of the ABC. And the implicit criticism seemed to be that the Ombudsman's views may be too likely to align with or favour the views of the news or editorial staff. From your perspective, do you have an observation about that implicit criticism?
Well, we regularly disagree with the Ombudsman. The process involves the Ombudsman's office making determinations about our content. Content makers often disagree. Our own editorial policy team sometimes disagrees with the content makers about the application of the standards. We make application around that to the Ombudsman as a independent authority in that sense, but ultimately the Ombudsman's office makes the decision, and we respect that decision.
What happens in the event of a disagreement between a finding made by the Ombudsman and a deeply held view by you or other staff within the news or editorial teams?
Well, I can't think of an example of where we have not accepted an Ombudsman's finding. If the Ombudsman makes a finding, then we accept that finding.
Thanks, Mr. Fang. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Collins.
Nothing
arising. Thank you, Mr. Fang. You're excused.
Thank you.
I hate to be a spoiler, but we do have 4 witnesses to go, so we will resume at 2 p.m.
All stand.
I call Ms Cameron, the ABC Ombudsman?
Yes.
Will you be giving an oath or an affirmation?
An affirmation, thank you.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Ms Cameron, what's your full name, please?
Fiona Jane Cameron.
Your address is known to the Royal Commission. You have prepared a written statement dated 29 June 2026.
I did.
Are the contents of that statement true and correct?
They are.
Commissioner, that bears the document ID STAT.899.0001.0421. Tender the statement.
Yes. The statement will be marked as an exhibit.
Ms Cameron, you were appointed ABC Ombudsman in September 2022,
I was.
and you're the inaugural holder of that office.
I am.
You're appointed for a fixed term
Initial 3-year period, and it has been extended
for another
3 years.
3 years. Immediately before your appointment for the first time, you were a full-time authority member at ACMA.
I was.
And could you just briefly describe your professional background before that?
I've spent about 30 years in the media communications industry, working in regulatory bodies, funding bodies, and I started my career in working for politicians across both state and federal jurisdictions.
Now, in your statement, you explain the circumstances in which the Office of the ABC Ombudsman was created and how it's structured differently from previous arrangements. Would you mind just outlining that structure?
Certainly. I was charged with putting together the ABC Ombudsman's office from scratch, which is something I enjoyed doing. That was on the back of what you've already mentioned here, the Macmillan-Carroll review, which was an independent review which had a really close look at the operations of the complaint function of the ABC. They determined that while operating fairly well, the complaints function, reporting to the editorial director, and with a process that ultimately had the managing director having and being able to override decisions, wasn't perceived to be independent, and at times potentially wasn't independent. So the recommendation to set up an ombudsman and for the ombudsman to set up processes and procedures and a framework came from that review, and as a result I was employed, as you say, in September 2022, and I've been in charge of putting in the processes, the procedures, the structures and the staffing of the office since then.
The Ombudsman is appointed by the board and reports to the board?
It does.
And it is structurally independent of the editorial function?
It is, and that is formally set out in the Ombudsman's Charter, which is published on the website, the Ombudsman's website, and one of the biggest tenets of that charter is the independence of the office, the independence from the news director, from the screen content director, from the audio director, from the managing director, and indeed from the chair.
You describe your primary role as to deal with complaints about specific ABC content that raises concerns about ABC's editorial standards?
It is, and again the formalities of that are set out in the Charter, the mandate, the authority and the functions. But just by way of example, the ABC has 25,000 complaints, written online complaints a year. That doesn't even take account of the ones that are written on social media or the ones that are fed back into ABC radios around the network and the country. It's just the engagement of the ABC audience who write their complaints and overnight email them to the ABC. Those 25,000 complaints come in centrally to a service called Audience Support, not my office. Audience Support then determine or classify whether or not they're a content complaint or a general complaint. All content complaints, and I'll define that quickly for you, come to me. A content complaint is a specific complaint about a piece of content that's been broadcast or published on the ABC. It's already been broadcast or published. Nobody can complain to me about something pre-publication. It has to have been broadcast or published. Nobody can complain to me about a journalist's responses on social media, because it's not an ABC platform. It's quite specific, whereas a general complaint is largely about why did you employ that person, should you get rid of that person, you shouldn't employ that person, why do you schedule that program at that time. It's personal opinions of the audience that are called general complaints. They're largely 60% of that 25,000, and content complaints, which have been growing, are about 7,000 to 10,000 a year. In fact, year to date, we've had an 85% increase in content complaints.
And who deals with the general complaints?
Audience support, which is part of the marketing team in the ABC.
Yeah. And then how do you and your team address the content complaints?
Our role is effectively to assess the content complaints, determine where they get dealt with, whether or not we send them on to the division, the screen, the audio, or the content, or the news division, or we keep it initially for investigation. We use a proportionate complaint handling criteria, which is public in our procedures and processes, to determine how we do that. The more that's on our plate, the more we tend to delegate to the divisions. The higher the priority of the complaint, the more likely we are to keep it. If complaints are insignificant or insubstantial, they may be noted with no response other than the automated reply. Scale comes into it. We've had a huge amount of organised campaigns where the complaint is identical and or very much similar. AI helps in this cause. Activist email companies help in this cause. So that goes a little bit to that increase in complaints I mentioned. But essentially, if someone is putting their signature to a concern, we take that seriously. It's usually done in good faith, and it is usually about something that is important to them. So it's not like we ignore organised complaints in any fashion. And while complaints are up 85%, it doesn't mean our workload, thankfully, is up 85%, because as I said, if we get 100 or 1,000 complaints about one topic, we'll respond to that with one response, which we publish. All complaints that are significant or, alternatively, breached or what we call an action found are published on the website. So it's a very transparent procedure, which is also part of that design from what was to what is, so that people can see what's happened to their complaints.
And it's right that you publish 6 monthly updates to report on what's happened in the previous period, is that right?
Yes, so publish a 6-month mid update and a full 12-month report, which is a little bit more substantial.
Yep. Has the report for the first 6 months of this year been prepared at this point? Or?
With financial year, so it's already been published, the 6 months to December 31.
Right. And then will there be a 6 monthly report to 30 June?
We'll do a 12-month report to 30 June, and it's just ticked over, so we're looking into that now.
Thanks. Now, you refer to the complaints team that works with you. How many staff are in that team?
I have 4 complaints investigators, generally speaking, 3 at the moment, but 4 is budgeted for.
In light of the volume of the complaints, is that sufficient resourcing to manage the workload of your office?
Through the system I've put in place, it is, in as much as it's quite a unique complaint function. We investigate and we review. So essentially, when we assess a complaint and decide through proportionality criteria whether it goes to the divisions, and ABC divisions are often in the best place to respond to complainants. Often the complainant wants the response from ABC Radio or wants the response from ABC Television, doesn't want an investigation. So those 7,000 I talked about, 50% of them go to the content division to respond. If the complainant is unhappy with the response they get from the content division, they can come to me to have that concern reviewed. So we're also a review body. And of course, as you've heard also, if they're unhappy with my review, they can go externally to ACMA.
Yes. You've noted that the Ombudsman Charter, as you've referred to it, provides for the Ombudsman to report only to the ABC board.
That's right.
And the board is responsible for editorial decisions only at the level of general policy and oversight, is that?
That's right.
And could you explain how reporting directly to the board helps ensure your independence from editorial decision making?
I think capture. I think the fact that my office is separate from the news content divisions physically is important. I think there's a range of reasons why reporting to the board is significant. As I mentioned earlier, the previous position reported to the editorial director. The editorial director, as Gavin pointed out earlier, is responsible for approving pre-publication content, responsible for ensuring that it meets the high standards of the editorial policies. We've been talking about editorial policies here a bit today, and I think what might be a little bit lost is how comprehensive those policies are. Like nothing else I've seen in 30 years of being in the media. They're very comprehensive, and they're a bar that is expected that the ABC do their utmost to fulfil. I mean, they may not always get there, but my point here is that Gavin's in charge of pre-publication and making sure he's happy with the content. I'm in charge of the complaints that we get about that same content. So reporting through to him is an obvious conflict of interest. Obviously Gavin reports to the managing director, and if there's a real problem and a complaint about a high profile journalist in some forum, hypothetically, there's a lot of pressure on those roles, the managing director of course and the editorial director. That pressure isn't on me, and I think that's appropriate.
You've addressed in your statement some of the other aspects of the structure that you've indicated support the independence of your role, and one of those is staffing. Well, can I ask you this question? One of the recommendations of the Macmillan-Carroll review was that staff in the complaints team be rotated periodically to ensure independence. Does that occur? Has that been implemented?
It has been implemented with varying degree of success, to be perfectly honest. I've employed staff on a rotational basis. I've employed staff, and one of the other recommendations was journalists. To be perfectly blunt, I don't feel that journalists are very good at assessing their own. So I haven't had a lot of success in employing journalists to investigate complaints about journalism, to be perfectly frank. I do have an opening in my team now, and I am encouraging internal and external people to come through. The roles are difficult. You have to have a huge appetite for news and current affairs, and you have to be able to sustain a lot of criticism. It comes at you constantly. That's all that it is. So by virtue of the toughness of the role, I feel we have had quite a lot of turnover.
You've also described how you don't handle complaints about a couple of categories of content. I think you've addressed pre-publication content. You've also indicated you don't assess complaints about news value or newsworthiness.
Yes, that's right, because essentially I will occasionally get a complaint that says, you haven't reported on this matter. This is terrible. It's very hard for me to investigate something that doesn't exist. So in those cases, they are rare, but in those cases I will direct those sorts of complaints to the editorial director. Alternatively, I might get complaints that suggest that all our reporting on an issue is biased. And again, that's not something I can address without an individual piece of content to investigate. And depending on the significance of that complaint, I may well also forward that to the editorial director for his consideration.
You've also identified the category of complaints about ABC staff or talent not being the subject matter of complaints that you consider. Is that right?
That's right, unless of course it has something to do with a piece with content that's published. So if it was to do with the questions that they asked of an interview subject that were fair or unreasonable, that would be relevant. But anything ABC staff or ABC journalists do on social media isn't published on the ABC site, isn't a matter for me. And of course, anything to do with their contract and their work and their engagement with the ABC has nothing to do with me.
Yes. Can I ask you about the reference in the Ombudsman Charter to the description of the remit of your office, your position as directed towards complaints about specific ABC content? The Charter does use that expression, doesn't it? It says the Ombudsman's responsible for assessing and investigating complaints about specific ABC content published or broadcast that raises concerns about the ABC's editorial standards.
It does.
And you've explained in your statement that as a consequence the Ombudsman does not undertake broad editorial inquiries across multiple pieces of ABC content.
That's right.
So Mr. Fang suggested a little earlier today that there is scope for the ABC board to ask you to undertake an investigation of systemic or broader issues. Is that consistent with your understanding?
There is, in the second page of this charter, there is a provision that says that the board can ask me to deal with other content complaints. Where is it? Conduct other investigations about ABC content as requested by the ABC board from time to time.
And has that occurred over the last couple of years? Have you had a specific request from the board about ABC content at a broader level?
It's in play at the moment.
What does that mean?
I mean, I am actually investigating something on that basis at the moment. Sorry to be ambiguous.
Is it related to complaints of bias or lack of balance?
No, it isn't. And it's not about the Middle East conflicts.
Right, thank you. Now, one aspect of the editorial policy of the ABC is that the ABC aims to present over time content that addresses a broad range of subjects from a diversity of perspectives. And there's a standard set out in the policy to present a diversity of perspectives within a reasonable time frame. And are you able to deal with a complaint that the ABC has breached those aspects of editorial policy in the absence of a specific direction from the board?
Can you just explain what you mean by that question?
Yeah. So you've described the core part of your function as dealing with specific content complaints. The editorial policy of the ABC includes the question of whether there's a presentation over time of a balanced picture in a reasonable time frame. Are you able to deal with a complaint that has not occurred without a specific request from the board?
I understand what you're saying. Yes, in theory, diversity of perspective is important, and it'll depend on the context of the matter that's being complained about. But for argument's sake, a longer form current affairs programs like a Four Corners, you would expect that diversity of perspective to actually happen within the same program. Shorter news bulletins or shorter current affairs programs, potentially like 7:30, may well concentrate on one issue at one time and another issue at another time. So I do pay attention to what the ABC is doing across the board in that regard, and to be helpful to the audience who are incredibly engaged, the ABC audience. I will often say that, well, on this night this was discussed, but you may be interested to know on this night this was discussed. And that is a diversity perspective over time.
So if a complaint were made to the ABC that, for example, over the month of, say, March 2026, there was an unbalanced approach to the report of the Middle East conflict, that would be something that would be within your remit to deal with?
Yes.
Now, Special Envoy Ms Segal, you were in the hearing room earlier today.
I was.
One of the criticisms that she conveyed from members of the Jewish community was that the ABC's coverage of the Gaza conflict was overemphasised relative to other global conflicts. You remember her saying that?
I do.
Is that the type of complaint that you are able to deal with as the Ombudsman if it's made, or not?
Not if it's put in that fashion. That doesn't relate to the editorial standards. So my framework is the editorial standards that I mentioned before are incredibly comprehensive. And so if someone is concerned that there is too much focus on one topic and not enough focus on another topic, that's not about what is actually published or broadcast. So again, I'm likely to refer that sort of content to the editorial director. Complaint, sorry.
And is it open to the board to ask you to investigate that sort of topic if the board were to decide that that were appropriate?
Theoretically, if the board determined that there was a problem in regard to the ABC not taking up a certain focus or a certain theme, in theory, yes. My understanding, however, is that the editorial director is looking at that day to day, so it may also be something they ask the editorial director to do.
Yes. And does I'll withdraw that. Can I ask you a question about training, because you heard Ms Segal refer to some observations about her concerns about the understanding of anti-Semitism within the ABC. In your statement in paragraph 25, you refer to your office welcoming continuous improvement and additional training, right?
Yeah.
And in that context, you refer to training that comes from within the ABC or is approved by the ABC, including cultural training, editorial policies training and anti-racism training. As Ombudsman, are you involved in either the development or the implementation of that sort of training within the ABC?
No, that's organisation-wide, and people and culture are responsible for that comprehensive training.
Yeah. And do your staff, are they, like other staff members in ABC, required to participate in that?
They do participate in it. Required, it's an interesting question, but they do.
Now, to what extent does cultural training, editorial policies training, anti-racism training and the like, to what extent does the ABC use external training providers in that context?
I couldn't answer that. It's a people and culture question.
Yes, right. Mr. Fang described that since the outbreak of the war in Gaza, that conflict has been the single largest topic of complaints to your office.
That's right. I can expand on that for a moment, because this Royal Commission process has obviously required an enormous amount of documents over a very tight time frame. That's not a complaint. However, it has meant
Didn't sound like one.
It has meant that we've looked at a range of documents recently, and I can update a few of those figures. So from October 2023 to May 2026, a period of nearly over 2.5 years, my office has settled 19,000 content complaints. Now 42% of that, 8,000, are complaints about the ABC's coverage of Israel and Gaza, 42%. Initially that sounds like a lot, and it is a lot, but there are some outliers. One in particular that I try and adjust for sensibly relates to the very first episode of Q&A after October 7, which was exclusively dealt with Israel-Gaza, and with the objective from memory of prompting a respectful debate about the difficulties and the problems that exist there now and into the future. That program solicited nearly 2,000 concerns, and they were uniformly that the program was pro-Israel in its approach, and that the panelists and the challengers, panelists and the host did not appropriately challenge what the complainants determined was Islamophobia. It was an organised complaint. It was pretty much, the 2,000 were pretty much word for word. However, it was a legitimate concern from a lot of people, and it was investigated, and it was found not to be in breach. So I guess I'm coming back to 8,000 is a lot, 42% is a lot. However, there are some outliers. So when I get rid of the outliers and just call that campaign one person, or for all the period, you can see that the majority of complaints, and I've heard the special envoy say complaint numbers are not the point, and I do agree with it, so I'll come back to that. Throughout that period, 52% of complainants have said that the ABC is pro-Palestine in its coverage of the Middle East conflicts, and 45% have said that it is pro-Israel in the coverage of the Middle East. If I was to put back in the outlier, that pretty much flips. The outlier is taken out because the next biggest campaign was about 400 versus 2,000, so it made sense to take the outlier out. But what we've seen in the most recently, in my most recent board report, is a definite trend towards campaign complaints that are arguing that the coverage of the Israel-Middle East conflict is pro-Palestine. This comes, if not daily, weekly, and we're talking about 50 to 150. I think I can count about a dozen campaigns in the last 6 months that have attracted that many complaints. So we are busy, but there are a lot of similar complaints, that we can address more uniformly. And in fact, as I advised the board recently, we are at a stage where some of these complaints are not particularly significant. They may say this coverage should have had more context. Please take note and do better. And in that regard, if there's 50 or 100 of them, I'm likely, and this is quite recent, to note it and not respond.
And you mentioned you took a different approach from the Segal to the question of the source of the complaints and the relative proportions.
I said I was lucky to agree with her. She made the point that the number of complaints isn't in itself a problem. Just because you have 25,000 complaints doesn't mean there's a problem or a systemic issue. It means there are a lot of people exercised about a matter, and we see across the 4 years I've been in the role, particularly international events, spike interest from Australians. So whether it's the Ukraine war or the election in India or something similar, we will get Iran most recently, and that's outside of this, outside of the statistics I've given you. We've received 3,000 complaints from the Iranian diaspora here in Australia and over the world. They're very exercised. This is good. I can't tell you how engaged the ABC audiences are, which should give all the people who work at ABC heart, because they're listening, they're paying attention, and it's very, I don't need to be proactive, they do that for me. I diverge. What was I talking about? Oh, so obviously, I'm sorry, obviously the number of complaints reflects something, and it reflects a passionate interest, a heartfelt concern. But I would suggests that where you need to look for systemic complaints or systemic issues is the results of the investigation reports that I do. And from there, the last thing I'd like to say on that is I've heard a little bit of from the Commission, a little bit of underplaying of this role on the basis that, oh, you've only breached 5 or 6 pieces of coverage from the ABC over the last 3 or 4 years. That may be right. Individual breaches will be a lot more because the coverage goes from 7 till 9 to 12. Anyway, that aside, my main work and my main focus is in an area called action taken. I spend most of my time reflecting the reasonable complaints from an average audience member and looking at them in the context of the editorial standards. So I don't look at it like a journalist. I don't look at it like a lawyer. I look at it as a reasonable audience member might look at it. And let me tell you, that's very different. And the arguments I've had with some journalists and with some lawyers in my team about how a reasonable audience member might determine that are interesting. As a bunch of lawyers. Sorry. I've lost my train of thought. Do you remember what I was saying?
While you regain your train of thought, can I just take you back to the Special Envoy's observation about the numbers of complaints? I may have misunderstood her, but I took her to be in part saying, look, it's not so relevant to look at 51% pro-Palestine, 47% pro-Israel, partly because the Jewish population in Australia is a very small population, say 120,000 throughout. So if from that very small population, assuming they are the ones complaining about a pro-Palestinian bias, that has a certain significance in comparison with a much larger cohort who might be concerned about a pro-Israel bias. And I just wonder if you have any comment about that from the work you have done.
Yes, I think that the number of complaints that we are getting in these sorts of areas do reflect, to be perfectly honest, the perception of the complainant who isn't seeing what they want or hearing what they want as the news cycle changes, or they haven't seen what was on yesterday. And it's often very emotional on both sides. And it is often, in Israel, Gaza, Israel, Hamas, Middle East, those complaints have come from interested parties. And many of them, as in the campaigns on both sides, are definitely coming from interested parties. I'm not sure what that is supposed to achieve, because I will look at each individual complaint individually and determine what, if anything, is a concern. I just don't know how much stake you can put in the numbers at all, to be perfectly honest.
Can I ask about a couple of particular complaints that have come to your attention? And you would have heard me asking earlier in the day about the repetition of an original incorrect United Nations representative claim about the 14,000 babies. And that was a series of complaints that were made to the ABC and that were reviewed by you.
They were.
And I have asked the previous witnesses about that, and you've been in the hearing room listening to that.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, Ms. Segal suggests that might be an example of a broader pattern at the ABC of erroneous reporting adversely to or critical of Israel that's corrected too late or inadequately. In your office, in your work, have you identified a broader problem of that sort at the ABC?
the one good thing about my role is it's very transparent and all the reports are public, and I would not say that's been a systemic issue. I would say that at times the ABC is slow and to correct and clarify, and that's something I've expressed to them. Often it's because, as the previous witness said, they're looking to find all incidences of it and they're looking to do the right thing. I find it can be slow. The instance of the 14,000 babies was slow, but there are other instances like the Al Ali Arab Hospital explosion that has also been discussed here that were actually very fast, remembering that concern came from a Reuters wire report that wasn't incorrect, that just didn't have the Israeli perspective, which was it wasn't our rockets. The Israeli perspective was it was Hamas's rockets. What the ABC did wrong in that regard is they properly attributed the statement from Hamas, but they didn't advise that the Israeli government had denied that it was their rockets, but they did so within half an hour on the news service, which was very quick. So I've had examples, and that wasn't a breach. This example of why I didn't breach one and I did breach the other was context, where it came from, a reputable wire service, which is, is a reliable source for the ABC, a quick clarification, a quick correction. Versus 41,000 babies, which was very slow. I mean, there are reasons for that, and I've dug into it, and you've all quoted my report extensively. The reason you know so much about it is that my office and a very impressive investigations officer did that work. I also verified that work with my counterpart in the BBC. So we do a lot forensically to establish what went wrong and to help out. I do reclaim my thought, actually, patterns. What I was talking about was that not just breaches or no breaches, the area we do the most work in and the best work in and the work I'm most proud of is action taken, where the advantage of this model is that we are robust and timely. You can complain to me today about a breach of privacy or a concern about privacy, and I will talk to someone in the news division and say, do you think you should do something about that? And if they do, they will. And it might not be a breach, it might just be an action taken. It is robust, it is dynamic, and it does work. Is it perfect? Of course not. Are there different alternatives? Of course there are.
And they're also the subject of your investigation?
They are. In
reports?
fact, they are represent in the 6-month period to December, 28% of all complaints resulted in some form of action being taken, whether that's an editorial note, an apology, a clarification, a correction, the program coming down or being taken off air, a change in editorial guidelines. That's what we do behind the scenes.
You've also issued investigation reports addressing complaints made in 2023 and 2024 in relation to Q&A episodes.
Yes.
And you've addressed the November 2023 Q&A episode where the complaints asserted a bias in favour of a pro-Israel perspective.
I did.
And there have been other complaints lodged in respect of Q&A episodes in 2024 that the panel lacked a Palestinian perspective.
Yes, there was two additional Q&As that were investigated. As you mentioned, the November one, the February one and the March. My response to February and March I did as one report. And the difference between February and March Q&As to November's Q&A is November was exclusively Israel-Gaza, and there was no audience, it was a huge amount of security. ABC appreciated that that was going to be a sensitive, controversial episode. So that was a very different format. Usually, you may well be aware, the format of Q&A, which is no longer on air, is that you have a panel who discuss a range of issues. And sometimes they don't even know what they're going to discuss because audiences will ask questions. So you don't bring in the panel typically on that show based on any expertise with reference to one subject matter. In fact, one of those programs was called something about Taylor Swift. So it couldn't be further removed from the conflicts in the Middle East. So and there were, on both programs, there were, I think, predominantly 19 or 20, you'll have the report, complaints to suggest it was pro-Palestine, half a dozen to suggest it was pro-Israel. And that's largely because some of what the panellists had to say and harm and offence came into it. But what I'm saying is the panel was there to discuss a range of issues. So ABC weren't vetting the panellists based on how they may feel about one topic. They had a panel of interesting, lively debaters who could talk across different topics.
So what was your ultimate view of the February and March Q&A episodes?
From memory, there was no breach on any of the Q&As. I don't know if there was any resolutions, but I can't recall.
Commissioner, I don't have any further questions. Thanks, Ms. Cameron.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Bender? No. Mr. Collins? I'm sorry, Mr. Kaplan. Nothing arising.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cameron. You're excused.
Commissioner, the next witness is Mr. Hua.
Will you be giving an oath or an affirmation? Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Please state your full name.
David Tan Mantue Hua.
Your address is known to the Royal Commission. You've prepared a statement in writing dated 1 July 2026.
I have.
The contents of that statement true and correct?
They are.
The document ID is STAT.899.0094.0007, and I attend to the statement, Commissioner.
Yes, the statement will be marked as an exhibit.
Mr. Hua, you're the Director of Audio and Language Content at SBS.
I am.
SBS Audio and Language Content is responsible for delivering multilingual news and content to multicultural, multilingual communities in Australia.
Indeed.
Before being appointed to your current role, you held a number of senior roles at the ABC.
I did.
What did you do at the ABC?
It was a portfolio of responsibilities. Started out doing digital production work. My last role at the ABC, however, was the head of ABC International.
And when did you join SBS?
December 2020.
The SBS has a charter that's set out in Section 6 of its Act. The principal function of SBS is to provide multilingual, multicultural broadcasting and digital media services that inform, educate and entertain all Australians, and in doing so reflect Australia's multicultural society. Is that
Indeed.
right? Yeah. And part of the charter requires that in performing that function, the SBS must, as far as practicable, inform, educate and entertain Australians in their preferred languages.
Correct.
SBS audio and language content that you manage delivers news and other content in more than 60 languages.
Correct.
One of the programs delivered is SBS Hebrew.
Yes.
Can you explain the process by which SBS chooses the languages in which it broadcasts and delivers content?
I can. There are hundreds of languages spoken in Australia, and we go through a robust process in selecting the languages that SBS delivers content in. Due to limits of resourcing, we can't service all 400 plus languages that are spoken in this country. So what we have is we conduct a language services review every 5 years, and that's in line with the Australian census that's operated by the ABS. We look at a number of factors. We publicly consult on selection criteria for languages, and those factors or those criteria that we have include the size of the language speaking population is one. The other is around high needs, so whether there is a low degree of English language proficiency within a community, how recent they have arrived in Australia, household income, and the age of that community. And what we do is we weight those factors to deliver a ranking of some of the language communities to be able to determine which languages we might actually serve. Outside of those three criteria falls an additional consideration, which is based on a couple of key factors. One is discrimination and vilification that may be experienced by a particular ethnic group in Australia, and the other is whether there may be an influx or a particular growth of a community based on Australian humanitarian intake. So SBS Hebrew is commissioned or maintained on the basis of that third criteria.
The criteria that you refer to as supporting the choice of a language as one of the languages that SBS chooses to broadcast is that that the group is subject to frequent discrimination or vilification in Australia based on race, colour, descent, or national or ethnic origin. Is that right?
Correct.
And the Languages Services Review last occurred in 2023? Right?
It followed the census in 2021, but data from the census doesn't actually land until about a year after, and then we have the numbers to crunch and then the implementation. But yes, the outcome was announced in March 2023.
And can you outline the services SBS provides through its SBS Hebrew channel?
Yes, so we have content that's delivered in language, as in the Hebrew language, as well as in English, and we deliver content on digital platforms as well as broadcast platforms. There's 2 hours dedicated to the program per week. It runs on a Sunday afternoon. 1 hour is in the Hebrew language, another hour is in English language. It's the light and shade of the Hebrew-speaking community's experience here in Australia. We are very, very focused on content that delivers to our audience a sense of place, a sense of belonging, building social cohesion, an understanding of communities between language groups and cultural groups. That includes news and information. It includes, like I said, the light and the shade, so arts content. It could be celebrating recipients of King's Honours lists from various communities to celebrate the culture, celebrate the language, and to support the language retention in Australia too, understanding that language is such an important part of identity.
Your statement refers to the way that SBS addresses through a number of its different language services that it reports on and relates to the rise of anti-Semitism in Australia.
We do, and that's across our services. Really important for communities across Australia to actually understand what anti-Semitism is. So we re-express a lot of content across our language groups. And an example of a service that, a centralised service that we have is called SBS Examines, and that's where we can do more in-depth reporting of topics that affect social cohesion, anti-Semitism being one of those, and that content is then re-expressed across dozens of our language services.
Your statement provides some detail by way of example of coverage on various SBS channels of anti-Semitism in Australia. You refer, of course, to SBS Hebrew, but you've also referred to SBS Arabic, covering government initiatives, the appointment of Australia's Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism and community responses. So what else has been involved with those channels?
Sorry, I'm just trying to understand what else has been involved in those
sorry,
channels.
Perhaps I'll just refer you to your statement.
Yep.
SBS Chinese also has produced explainers on anti-Semitism and Zionism that SBS has published?
Yes, indeed. We've covered anti-Semitism across dozens of our language services, some of which are re-expressions of core journalism or core material, others of which is very, very purposefully commissioned for that community. In relation to events such as Bondi, there were people of Chinese-speaking background that were on that beach who had an experience of that attack.
And you've referred in your statement to SBS's response in the period after the Bondi Hanukkah attack, and you refer to it as a coordinated multilingual coverage. Now, without going into the attack itself, but could you explain what that subsequent multilingual coverage involved?
Yes, so it involved news, as in what, who, what, where, how and when was going on in terms of updates on the state of the victims and their families. We coordinated across different language groups to work on stories that where multiple communities were impacted, to build that shared understanding about the impact of Bondi, given that it wasn't, our view, it was certainly an attack on more than the 15 victims. It was very, very broad impact, and we worked together to be able to cover it across different aspects.
You've also referred in your statement to the steps SBS took following the release of Special Envoy's plan to combat anti-Semitism, for SBS to carry news and explanation on multiple different language channels?
Yes.
So could you describe that in a little more detail?
Well, it's an important topic, and so we would and we have covered it. It's been re-expressed across multiple languages so that the role of the Special Envoy is understood across the Australia's diverse language-speaking communities.
And that's included publications on SBS Arabic, SBS Chinese, SBS Hindi, SBS Persian and other channels.
Yes,
right?
Yes.
Thanks, Mr. Barr. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Bender? Mr. Gavin?
No questions, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Troy. You are excused. Oh, my apologies.
Not at all.
It's been a packed, although I note diminishing bar table.
A new face, Commissioner.
Yes,
Mr.
go
Hughes,
ahead.
just some brief topics. You've been asked some questions by Council Assisting about SBS Hebrew, and that being one of the 60-odd services provided by SBS. With respect to SBS Hebrew, am I right in thinking that SBS has increased the resources over time to SBS Hebrew, correct?
That is correct.
And that it did so post October 7th in the first instance?
Correct.
And what was the increase in the resources in terms of staffing to SBS Hebrew? If you could
Yeah,
just tell
so
me.
Hebrew is a, relative to other languages spoken in Australia, relatively small language community. It's about 11,000 speakers as per 2021 census. And we had a part-time executive producer fulfilling that role. We increased that after October the 7th by the equivalent of a full-time FTE, full-time equivalent, yes, after that.
And then there was the events of Bondi, and was there a further increase in resources to SBS Hebrew?
Yeah, so we did business case that, and it was approved to continue the additional FTE, but also to increase the to full-time capacity, the executive producer role.
Thank you. And the increase in those roles was responsive, was it, to the, I think the third criteria metric you referred to? Is that discrimination and vilification?
Yes.
And that's the discrimination and vilification specifically of the Australian Jewish community?
In this case, yes.
Thank you. And you've also referred to periods of review happen every 5 years, was it?
Yes.
In line with the census?
Yes, in line with the census. One's coming up.
Is there a capacity in that interim period, if, for example, there is a particular event to surge further capacity, if you make that application to management?
There's always that option open.
Do you offer any view, Mr. Hugh, as to the suggestion that not enough's being done by SBS in terms of presenting a balanced view, reporting from the point of view of resourcing?
From the point of view of resourcing, we always offer a balanced view across all of our services. It's not like one service exists to counterbalance or counteract another service. That's not the way in which our codes and our guidelines work, and nor our editorial and community approach. Every service is expected to adhere to the codes and guidelines. With regards to resourcing, there's always a case for, improvement and increase in what it is that we can do across our services, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Hugh. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman.
Nothing right.
Mr. Hugh, you are now excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next witness is Ms. Wicks, sorry, SBS.
Yes.
Will you be giving an oath or an affirmation? Affirmation, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do. Thank you. Do sit down. Thank you.
Ms. Wicks, what's your full name, please?
Amanda Jean Wicks.
Your address is known to the Commission. You are the Director of News and Current Affairs at SBS.
Yes.
You've prepared a written statement dated 1 July 2026.
Yes.
The contents of that statement true and correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender the statement stat.899.0094.0008.
Yes, well, the statement will be admitted as an exhibit.
Ms. Wicks, SBS News and Current Affairs is a division that delivers news services on various platforms in more than 35 languages.
Our primary focus is in English, is the news and current affairs that we produce. We have World Watch, which is a separate service where we bring in other news services from around the world for this particular World Watch service that we provide.
Yes, I see. Before you're appointed to your current role, you were Director of Audio and Language Content at SBS for almost 10 years.
Yes.
Now, SBS has a charter that perhaps you've heard me refer to, and Section 10 of the SBS statute requires the maintenance requires the board to maintain the independence and integrity of SBS.
Yes.
And to ensure that the gathering and presentation by SBS of news and information is accurate and balanced over time.
Yes.
And the statute requires the board to be aware of and responsive to community needs and opinions on matters relevant to the Charter.
Yes.
The SBS has developed a code of practice under the Act, and you refer to that in your statement.
Yes.
And that code, similar to the ABC Code of Practice, has been provided to ACMA.
Yes.
The code includes provisions that require the consideration of the reasonable sensitivities of the anticipated audience of the broadcast.
Yes.
It includes that SBS seeks to counter attitudes of prejudice against any person or group on the grounds of race, colour, ethnicity, nationality, religion, and so on.
Correct.
In that respect, part of the code of practice is for SBS positively to take steps to counter attitudes of that character.
Yes.
And is that an important aspect of the day-to-day functioning of your role?
Yes.
You're familiar with both the SBS and ABC editorial policies, is that fair to say?
Obviously more familiar with SBS,
Yes.
but I have a sort of working knowledge of the ABCs.
Yeah. Do you agree that the code of practice at SBS is expressed somewhat more aspirational in its terms than the ABC's code?
To be honest, I don't have a formed a view on that.
The SBS code requires, as I think you've just accepted, the active countering of prejudice. In that respect, that is a stronger requirement than exists under other codes of practice, in particular the ABC. Is that your view?
Yes, well, our charter is very much about reflecting on multicultural, multilingual, First Nations communities, and we have a stated purpose, which is really about all Australians respecting and understanding diversity in all its forms for the stated purpose of trying to safeguard and contribute to social cohesion. So that is front and centre in our work.
And the way you approach your role as Director of News and Current Affairs, do you regard that code of practice obligation as including a positive responsibility to combat anti-Semitism?
The role is to shine a light on absolutely racism, discrimination, prejudice in all its forms.
Now, your statement sets out in paragraphs 23 and following an overview of SBS's coverage and reporting of anti-Semitism and the conflict in the Middle East, among other topics. In that context, can you explain what steps SBS have taken, just by way of example, to fulfil that obligation to counter prejudice?
So we have extensively, as a news service, covered obviously all the developments since October 7 and in terms of the developments, but the way we approach our content is obviously to cover the changing news environment, what's developing. We also then spend time thinking about what are the impacts on relevant communities here in Australia and making sure we give them voice and tell their stories is always part of our coverage, whether it's Russia, Ukraine or the Middle East or any other. And then we do spend time thinking about context and are there any concepts or issues that we should go further to explain, and we call them explainers, for the purposes of informing and educating all Australians on a particular issue. That's sort of the way we approach the coverage to deliver on our charter and our purpose.
Now, you would address, you've seen the Segal statement and read it.
Yes.
And you've addressed some of those topics that she's raised some criticism from the Jewish community about SBS's role as a public broadcaster. Can I ask you about a couple of those? One is the question of the IRA definition, and you might have heard Ms Segal address that today in her evidence.
Yes.
In paragraph 55 of your statement, you have said that as an independent public broadcaster, SBS does not adopt definitions or positions of third parties such as governments, peak bodies or other organisations.
Yes.
Now, that is, as we've heard today, broadly consistent with the position taken by the ABC.
Yes.
You do say that the IRA definition is part of SBS's reference material and informs contextual understanding, but SBS must retain independent editorial judgment in applying the code. Could you explain that?
So we broadly say that anti-Semitism is prejudice or discrimination against Jewish people, and then we do, as you mentioned, give extensive reference documents to our team with the IRA definition sort of front and centre as a significant document to provide context and understanding about the different perspectives of anti-Semitism. But front and centre to it, we absolutely acknowledge that it is prejudice and discrimination against Jewish people.
Yeah, and perhaps I'll just call up the document that you're referring to, the SBS Style Guide, which is stat.899.0094.0003. And if we can go to just the front page first. So this Style Guide has been developed according to the introductory paragraph to assist staff in the production of content, including news, current affairs and so on.
Yes.
And if we go to page 4, the Style Guide entry for anti-Semitism is set out, and as you've noted, it has that headline explanation that you referred to, and then also recites the core segment of the IRA definition without setting out all the IRA examples. Yes. So from your perspective as the Director of News and Current Affairs, how do you intend SBS journalists and editors and producers to make use of the IRA definition as reference material that informs contextual understanding? What would you expect them to do?
I think our intent in terms of providing contextual information is to try to build their understanding on a particular issue. When it comes to this particular definition, we neither accept it or reject it. You know, we acknowledge that it is an important definition recognised by many. SBS, you know, we're never in a position where we're making a determination that something is anti-Semitic. We have covered extensively, you know, reporting on anti-Semitic attacks and the abhorrent impacts that has had on the community here and globally. But we are only ever reporting on anti-Semitism when it is determined to be such by police, the legal system, the community itself. So we are attributing that to someone else. So we're never in a position where something happens and we will need a definition and we determine as SBS that that is anti-Semitic, which is why we neither have to accept or reject it, but we do absolutely need a knowledge and understanding that what anti-Semitism is broadly.
There's also a document providing editorial guidance on anti-Semitism that's been developed for News and Current Affairs.
Yes.
And I'll bring that up. It's SBS.599.0001.0046. And NACA just stands for News and Current Affairs.
Yes.
And is this the current document that provides editorial guidance to journalists at SBS?
The style guide is which was the previous document. That's sort of the most official document.
Right.
Editorial guidance, which is what this is guidance that is developed. It's more timely as opposed to timeless, and is usually developed in relation to a particular story at the time and can then date quite quickly. So this document was put together a few years ago. As you can see, it includes sort of more reference material, but also incorporates the style guide, the official document I referred to, in this document too. So it's sort of a one-stop shop, if you like.
And so this type of guidance what's the intention as to how journalists or other content creators, so-called, should use this document?
It is more informal guidance than the style guide. In addition to this guidance, we also have, conversations, emails, discussion around stories on any given day and as to how we might treat them. And most of the guidance that we put together is born out of questions from the newsroom on a particular day when they are seeking guidance, and that creates this guidance for them.
Could we go over to the second page of the guidance, please? So it explains that this guidance is SBS's approach to the coverage of the Israel-Hamas war, and also covers how to handle opinions, some pro-peace or pro-Palestinian groups and individuals as anti-Semitic or anti-Zionists. In other words, how to report on opinions that express that.
Yes.
The document refers to, I think on the third page, to, just pardon me a moment. Perhaps if you just go to the next page, please, operator. This page in the guidance addresses definitions of anti-Semitism, and is it right that this document has live links to the IRA definition and other resources?
Yes.
And then further down the page, there's a reference to the Liberal Party under Scott Morrison having embraced the IRA working definition in 2021.
Correct.
The document doesn't note the definition also having been adopted by the current government in December 2025.
This document, my best recollection, was produced in 2023, I think.
So is it refreshed or updated from time to time, and at least hasn't been in the last couple of years by the look of it?
No. So as I mentioned, editorial guidance is generally, a moment in time that is distributed to the newsroom. We don't always go back and continue to update those documents. It's usually to assist in the development or production of a story in that time.
I see. It would assist in the guidance of those who read it to know that there's been a formal reaffirmation of the adoption of the IRA definition in December 2025 by a government of a different political persuasion, wouldn't it?
And yes, we covered that at the time.
You covered that at the
We
time?
reported on that at the time.
But in terms of the guidance that you provide to journalists and other content makers, it would assist their understanding to know it's been adopted formally for a second time?
I would suggest through our reporting they would understand that, and certainly in the coverage of the IRA definition we have mentioned frequently that the government has accepted that.
And there's a reference to the IRA website indicating that 43 countries have adopted the definition of anti-Semitism. You understand that not only government but many institutions throughout Australia have also adopted the IRA definition formally,
Yes.
and that could be the subject of an update to this policy, could it not, to inform journalists of that?
We could update them, the guidance.
The Special Envoy, Ms. Segal, referred, and you would have heard me asking her about it, a conflation effect. And the way she expressed it was unfairly negative coverage of the State of Israel can have a pronounced and disproportionately large adverse impact on the Jewish people in Australia due to the conflation effect, which she believes drives the most significant accelerator of anti-Semitic beliefs and behaviours. Can you comment on that in the context of your work as the Director of News and Current Affairs?
I think we would say that being critical of Israel doesn't necessarily mean you are anti-Semitic, but it is possible.
And I think that is, Ms. Segal has expressly referred to unfairly negative coverage of the State of Israel to distinguish it from mere coverage of the actions of the State of Israel. That's an important distinction to bear in mind from your perspective, I take it.
Well, it depends if she's suggesting we've had unfair coverage. From my perspective, we have obviously covered extensively the developments in the Middle East in the last 3 years. Our code of practice is our guide in terms of whether we're meeting the editorial standards. And similar to the Ombudsman previously, we've obviously had complaints over time investigated by the Ombudsman, and that's the purpose of our complaints process if somebody is particularly unhappy with the coverage.
SBS has, through its charter, unique obligations to reflect the interests of the full diversity of the Australian community. How does that factor into editorial decisions that you make as the Director?
So we will cover the news of the day. As I mentioned, we will take additional time to think very much about the impact of anything happening in the world and how it might be impacting communities here in Australia. We will seek their views, first-person stories, particularly around what's happened overseas, and then with Bondi here, putting the Jewish community front and centre of that coverage, talking to families, victims, etc. We work extensively with Mr. Hua's team in terms of reach and access into multilingual, multicultural communities. Through language, we're able to access those perspectives and to ensure that those communities feel represented in our coverage.
One of the other matters I raised with Ms. Segal was the criticism from the Jewish community, or some members of the Jewish community, that she's heard in respect of references by SBS to statistics from the Gaza Health Ministry in the context of reporting on that conflict. You addressed this matter in your statement at paragraphs 50 and 51. Could you explain SBS's approach to that topic?
Yes, so our sort of position is we refer to the Gaza Health Ministry when we're quoting statistics, and we refer to the Israeli government statistics as well. The criticism being that we don't always refer to it being Hamas-run health ministry. If it's to do with ensuring Australians have enough context to understand that Hamas is, running the Gaza Strip, we do frequently refer to the Hamas-run Gaza Strip, the Hamas-run government of Gaza, and we frequently refer to the fact that Hamas is recognised as a terrorist organisation by many countries around the world, including Australia. So a quick search, just this week of content, I found 400 times that we've mentioned that Hamas is recognised as a terrorist organisation. So I do feel very confident that audiences do understand and have the context to understand Hamas as a group.
Could you just explain the quick search that you did? What did you do in that regard?
We looked at our online articles, so searching the database, and we also looked at our World News Service, which is our television service, and went in and sort of verified those, but we didn't think that in the end, it was actually as extensive as it could be if we also put in other ways of positioning that statement. So in the time I had available, and I was interested to understand and to assure myself that absolutely there is the context in that coverage.
Now, can I ask you about how SBS approaches editorial content that the SBS sources from foreign broadcasters?
Yes.
SBS broadcasts television news and current affairs services that it produces.
Yes.
It also broadcasts news services from, I think you've said, 49 broadcasters around the world.
Yes.
Some of those are commercial media organisations, some are government or public media organisations internationally.
Yes.
They span 38 different languages.
Correct.
And there are 24 foreign news services that are broadcast in the English language by
Yes.
SBS.
Yes.
Now, the code of practice of SBS does provide for the broadcast of substantially unedited news from foreign broadcasts, doesn't it?
Yes.
And SBS's approach is to review the services provided by foreign broadcasters for distressing or violent content.
Yes.
And if it locates or identifies such content, then that can be edited out as necessary.
Yes.
Now, how does that review process work in the content of a large amount of material being brought in from overseas broadcasters for consideration? What's the technical or practical process that's applied to it?
So the material is ingested it comes in internationally and is ingested into the system. It is then watched. It is watched prior to being broadcast. And that
so that's by a human watcher rather than
Correct.
an automated service?
Yes.
Yeah. So at least, does that mean as a general rule foreign broadcasters' content is not broadcast live or immediately upon receipt by SBS?
Correct.
Yeah.
We do have 2 fast channels, which is France 24, which they are live and continuous. We consider them to be sort of trusted news services. All our other services on the World Watch linear channel or in our on-demand system are previewed.
And if the objective is to remove distressing or violent content, what does that description include? Does that accommodate something that the SBS reviewer identifies as problematic anti-Semitic content, for example?
Much of the content is in languages other than English, so it's more to look for traumatic images or vision that would offend or upset. What we do find with these services that are in language, the audiences are very quick to feedback if they are particularly unhappy with the service for other reasons apart from the ones I just stated.
And it's just the human reviewer, that is, there aren't technical or automated tools to review, for example, what's being said in foreign language to ascertain its content?
No.
And it may be the case that foreign broadcasters may not adhere to the same sort of standards of accuracy and impartiality to which Australian broadcasters are held.
And there is a specific reference in our code that calls that out, that it is not produced by us and may not meet our editorial code of practice. And then we have what we call a messaging board at the start of each program in that program's language, which also states that this program may not meet our code of practice. And then, of course, each program has the logo of the broadcaster, the watermark. So it is quite clear to audience that it is not an SBS-produced program.
Yes, and you've identified that the SBS annually reviews its use of foreign broadcasters.
Yes.
Broadcasts. And I take it if there were complaints that have been made about lack of impartiality or balance and so on, that would be taken into account in that context of review?
Yes, correct.
And in extreme cases, quicker action might be taken by SBS?
Correct.
And has that occurred? Have there been channels that have been cut off because of that sort of problem?
Yes, in most recent years the Russian service has been suspended because the community here in Australia complained. They didn't want the service. So of course we responded to that.
Thanks, Ms Wicks. No further questions.
Thank you.
Mr Kaplan?
Yes, very briefly, Commissioner. Ms Wicks, together with Ms Heath, I appear for the Commonwealth, which for present purposes includes ACMA.
Yes.
You mentioned a little earlier in your evidence the SBS Code of Practice.
Yes.
In some exchanges with Mr Lancaster.
Yes.
It's your understanding, is it, that that Code of Practice is developed by the SBS Board?
Yes.
And that's required by Section 10 of the SBS Act?
Yes.
Do you know whether in the development of SBS's Code of Practice there's any consultation or engagement with ACMA? Or is the Code of Practice developed solely by the SBS Board and simply notified to ACMA?
I'm not across the process per se, but I understand there's certainly reference to any research perhaps that ACMA might have produced in the time, so there is engagement to an extent, is my understanding.
I see. So the content of SBS's Code of Practice is informed, as you understand it, at least in part, by, say, position papers or research published by ACMA?
We broadly look at any research that may help us in the review of the, including audience feedback, complaints. It's quite a fulsome process, but it's not something that I'm obviously participating in, so I don't have as much detail on that.
Yes. Is there someone within SBS who would be across the detail of that?
The Ombudsman.
The Ombudsman,
The Ombudsman
I see.
would be more
Okay.
across.
All right. In relation to the development of the Code of Practice?
No, well, the head of codes and guidelines would lead that project, and directly reporting into the head of corporate affairs at SBS.
I see. And who's the head of codes and guidelines at SBS?
Therese Iverach.
All right, thank you. Is it also your understanding that the content of the Code of Practice is informed, at least in part, by conclusions reached by ACMA in investigations that it has carried out in relation to particular content-related complaints?
My understanding is they would absolutely be aware of and take into consideration any findings from ACMA during the period between reviews.
Thank you. Elsewhere in your statement, in paragraphs 22b, c, and 57 and 58, you refer to the external, if I could describe it as the external complaints mechanism provided for in the Broadcasting Services Act. That is, where someone is dissatisfied with, where someone's complained to the SBS, dissatisfied with SBS's response, they may take up that complaint with ACMA.
Yes. Yes.
Is there any engagement, once that complaint has been referred to ACMA, is there any engagement between SBS and ACMA in relation to that complaint?
Not in terms of my role.
Yes, but are you aware as to whether there is any such engagement?
I would imagine that there would be some engagement between SBS and ACMA. If they've received a complaint, they would inform SBS that they've received that complaint.
Right, so submissions or other material might be provided by SBS to ACMA, for example.
I'm not close enough to the process.
All right.
To be able to comment.
Do you know whether once a complaint has been investigated by ACMA and, say, upheld by ACMA, and findings to that effect have been made, do you know whether SBS has any policy or practice as to whether it's to adopt the conclusions reached by ACMA?
I've not had that experience in my role.
I see. And is there anyone else within the SBS who might be across that subject matter? That is, once ACMA has reached a conclusion on a particular complaint and that's been conveyed to the SBS,
yes.
Is it the case that SBS simply accepts and adopts those findings, or does SBS have a discretion as to whether or not it accepts those conclusions?
That would be a question for the Ombudsman.
For the Ombudsman, okay. Right. Thank you, Ms. Wicks. No further questions, Commissioner.
Mr. Kaplan. Mr. Bender?
Thank you, Commissioner. I've been for several key Jewish community bodies, Ms. Wicks.
Yes.
Could I ask the operator to bring up the editorial guidance, which is SBS.5999.0001.0046? At the head of the page, it indicates that this document is an NACA editorial guidance. NACA means News and Current Affairs, doesn't it?
Yes.
And that's the division of which you're the director?
Correct.
Do you know when this document was first adopted by SBS, if that's the right word?
I think it is in 2023.
Were you the director at that time?
Yes.
So you approved it prior to its adoption?
Yes.
You're the person who drafted it?
No.
If the operator could please go to the next page. In the first paragraph, under the heading Introduction, you'll see, Ms. Wicks, it states that the editorial guidance provides clarity on SBS's understanding of anti-Semitism and the diverse perspectives regarding the IRA definition of this term. It also explains the distinction between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. Is the objective of this document to clarify for people within your division how to understand anti-Semitism, among other things?
It is about explaining giving them context to understand broadly the different perspectives on anti-Semitism, and it was put together at a time when anti-Semitism was increasing in Australia, and as I mentioned previously, guidance is usually put together when we are reporting on anti-Semitism, and at that time it could have been the IRA definition, to try to provide more contextual information for journalists who may not have reported on this issue before.
You can see under the heading SBS editorial and legal standards at about a third of the way down the page, you'd agree that the purpose of the document was to help identify content relating to mainly Jewish people that requires careful consideration to ensure compliance with SBS's editorial standards and relevant hate speech laws.
Right.
You agree with that? That's the purpose of this document, to provide information to help identify content relating to mainly Jewish people that requires careful consideration to ensure compliance with SBS's editorial standards and relevant hate speech laws.
Correct.
And one of the reasons to do that is to ensure that SBS itself isn't engaging in conduct that would amount to hate speech or wouldn't comply with SBS's editorial standards.
Yes.
If you please go forward to page 0002, operator. In the first bullet point on that page, there's a definition which I believe reflects the definition in the style guide. That is, anti-Semitism is prejudice or discrimination against Jewish people. Can you see that?
Yes.
Am I correct in understanding that that is the definition of anti-Semitism that has been adopted by SBS?
I think it is a broad statement that we have in the style guide and is replicated here. But I think the point is that we then provide additional context, as we saw previously, 3 definitions that are used around the world to essentially underline to our team that there are different perspectives, it's a complex issue, but broadly speaking, and as is our remit, it is to be very much focused on the things that cause prejudice or discrimination.
The first bullet point on this page doesn't tell the reader when prejudice or discrimination against Jewish people occurs at all, does it?
When?
It doesn't permit the reader to understand the factors that they might take into account in identifying anti-Semitism, does it?
As I mentioned, we don't necessarily decide what is or is not anti-Semitism. We report on anti-Semitic attacks. We report on the horrific impacts of anti-Semitism, but we attribute, what is or isn't anti-Semitism to the person or the organisation making that claim. So, as I say, it might be the Jewish community that we are interviewing. It might be police. It might be the legal system. It might be whomever. But our journalists aren't saying that was an attack. We will call it anti-Semitism.
But your journalists obviously need to be careful to avoid prejudice or discrimination against various groups, correct?
Correct.
One of those groups is Jewish people.
Correct.
And the purpose of this document is to assist them in doing that. That is avoiding prejudice or discrimination against Jewish people, isn't it?
It is to understand broadly all the issues that they need to consider in the coverage of the Middle East and, associated stories.
The operator go forward, please, to page 0003. There at the top of the page are the 3 definitions that you referred to, the first being the IRA definition, the second being the Jerusalem Declaration on Anti-Semitism, and the third being a definition from the UN Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Religion or Belief. Can you see that?
Yes.
Then there's the section on the IRA definition that Mr. Lancaster took you to a moment ago. Can I take you to the next page, please, if the operator could bring that up. Immediately after the quoting of the IRA definition, can you see the bold heading, critiques of the IRA definition, fundamental concepts of the current debate, etc.?
Yes.
And then the document says the concept of anti-Semitism has been the subject of some controversy in response to the establishment of the working definition by the IRA. Then a little bit lower, can you see there are 3 controversies right at the bottom of the page?
Yes.
The first one being linking Zionism with the right of self-determination. Do you see that?
Yes.
Then implications for freedom of speech, and impact on international laws against apartheid and racial discrimination. Do you
Yes.
see that?
Yes, these are things that we have covered in our reporting when reporting on the IRA definition and given all perspectives.
If you go to the next page, please, operator, that's 0005. Under the heading linking with Zionism with the rights of self-determination, which was the first of the three critiques, three controversies on the previous page, there is a passage setting out the interpretation of several analysts in respect of the IRA definition. Can you see that? In the first 3 bullet points on that page.
Yes.
And the first bullet point is that some analysts interpret the definition as suggesting failure to acknowledge the existence of the State of Israel constitutes a violation of the self-determination rights of the Jewish people. You see that?
Yes.
And the second is that perspective leads to the interpretation that the refusal to recognise what is deemed as the right of existence to the State of Israel can be considered anti-Semitic.
Yes.
And that means the right of existence of the State of Israel at all, not just on any particular borders, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sorry, was that a question?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Is that how
Sorry.
you read the document?
So could you please repeat the question?
When it refers to the possibility that the perspective in the IRA definition
Yes.
leads to the interpretation that the refusal to recognise what is deemed as the right of existence of the State of Israel can be considered anti-Semitic.
Yes.
You understand that to mean the right of existence of the State of Israel at all.
Yes.
Then there are some other comments under the heading implications for freedom of speech, and over the page to page 7. Please, operator, the next page, sorry. There's a section on impact on international laws against apartheid and racial discrimination. Can you see that?
Yes.
Now, then there's a reference to the 2 other definitions, the Jerusalem Declaration and the definition from the UN Special Rapporteur. Can you see that?
Yes.
And there's no critique of either of those definitions anywhere in this document, is there?
Not to the same extent.
Well, is there any?
No. No.
If a SBS reporter was being careful to avoid anti-Semitism and wanted to use this document to help them do that, which of the 3 definitions, in your view, should they use?
This is a context document that they wouldn't be asked to use any of the definitions. It was put together, as I mentioned, on the basis that there was increasing anti-Semitism in Australia. We were reporting at the time, if I recall correctly, on the IRA definition, which, whilst accepted by many around the world, there are different perspectives on that definition. So this is a reference document, whereas our style guide is our official editorial guidance. And of course our code of practice sits above that. And the ultimate judge is in the output that we deliver in terms of whether we are balanced, impartial and accurate. And then for audiences to judge the content that we deliver across all platforms, which of course they do, and holding us to the highest editorial standards. So this is a reference document in the moment to discuss the complexities around this definition at that time, noting that we were also covering that story.
Other than the style guide definition in this document, is there any guidance available to SBS staff as to what may or may not constitute anti-Semitism?
SBS broadly does training around, prejudice, discrimination, racism, etc. Nothing particularly on, specifically on anti-Semitism.
And would it be a good idea, in light of recent increases in anti-Semitism, to provide that training?
It's something that could be considered.
other than the style guide and this editorial guidance, are there any documents, policies, guides that would assist someone within SBS trying to understand what anti-Semitism is?
Are there any other
Documents, or is it just these two?
Not that I'm aware of that comes to mind.
So is this right? If a member within a staff member of SBS is trying to understand what anti-Semitism is in the course of carrying out their work, they would have the style guide, which has a definition in it and refers to the IRA definition, and they would have this editorial guidance, which contains 3 separate definitions, only one of which has been critiqued. Is that the universe of it?
Because both documents, if I recall correctly, state that we don't adopt any definitions, so there would be, a journalist would be aware that they're not expected to form a view on any of these. It is context setting for reporting and understanding complex issues of that time. And as was noted, it is already dated, so it was, editorial guidance is used in that moment for that issue and then quickly dates, generally.
Has anyone within SBS asked SBS management for Jewish cultural awareness training?
I beg your pardon?
Has any staff member of SBS asked SBS management, to your knowledge, for there to be Jewish cultural awareness training?
There have definitely been suggestions. We have had broad range of conversations with staff members on many things, but obviously over the last 3 years in terms of the Middle East.
Has any cultural awareness training occurred since, let's say, 7 October 2023 in respect of Jewish people?
Nothing specifically, no, but we have certainly talked to editorial leaders about cultural training in regards to the issues, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, etc., and noting that it is very much impactful for communities here in Australia, and obviously we have a very diverse newsroom as well. So indeed, we have had many conversations about sensitivities and understanding of the impacts on communities here, which obviously our staff are part of.
But no Jewish cultural awareness training has been implemented despite it having been requested?
Suggested.
Coming back to the editorial guidance and the style guide, in order to provide better clarity to people working at SBS, and in order that a consistent approach to anti-Semitism can be adopted, wouldn't it be better for SBS to have a single definition of anti-Semitism to work from?
We do have a broad statement, and then the code of practice is really our guide in terms of how we consider our content. So is it balanced, impartial, accurate? Does it reduce harm in terms of prejudice, minimise prejudice, etc. So that broadly is used across all issues, and as I say, that really at the end of the day then we are judged on that output by audiences.
Could the operator please go back to 0003?
Yes.
Can you see, Ms. Wicks, about halfway down the page, it says, perhaps this could be zoomed in, SBS takes note of the IRA working definition but does not adopt the definition as it stands for the reasons set out in this guidance.
Yes.
The reasons set out in this guidance are the various critiques of the IRA definition that I just took you to. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, and acknowledging there are different definitions and different perspectives.
So the true reason that SBS didn't adopt IRA is the existence of other definitions and the critiques in this document about IRA.
Because we don't adopt definitions per se, there's no need to. The guidance, the style guide guidance was put together in 2023, well ahead, of course, of October 7, and it is a standard. There's no discussion. It is just a fact that we wouldn't necessarily adopt the definition from one organisation. We are independent as a public broadcaster, and we are bound by a code of practice in terms of the way we put together our content for the highest editorial standards. So we're never in need of having a definition for us to determine whether something is or isn't anti-Semitism. Having said that, we've done extensive coverage on the increase in anti-Semitism in Australia in the last few years, and the, obviously the horrific impacts that has had.
The first part of your answer was to the effect of the reason for not adopting the IRA definition was that SBS doesn't adopt external definitions. Did I understand that correctly?
Correct.
But that's not a reason that was given in this guidance for not adopting the IRA definition, was it?
Well, I would suggest then, it's not exhaustive. It's not something that we discuss because fundamentally this is replicating what's also in the style guide, which just points out that we don't, as an organisation, adopt definitions.
If I could just take you to your statement at paragraph 53, please. Do you have that there, Ms. Wicks?
Yes.
Can you see at the bottom or above paragraph 53, it recites the request received by SBS, which was SBS's decision not to adopt the IRA definition, including reasons. Who made the decision and what process led to the decision? Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, paragraphs 53 to 55 answer that. There's no reference in those paragraphs to any of the critiques of the IRA definition that are in the editorial guidance, is there? That's right, isn't it?
Correct.
Why was that? Why were those reasons excluded from the response to the Commissioner's question?
Because the SBS Style Guide is the official editorial document, and that clearly states that SBS doesn't adopt the IRA definition, as I mentioned, as a principal approach. This is editorial guidance that is a much, to inform journalists in terms of understanding issues and context. And indeed, we have covered the IRA definition and different perspectives around that as part of our reporting. So in terms of where we initially, and the style guide update came well before this, and in fact this replicates what is in the style guide. So in answering, we were answering to the first document that set out the framework that said we don't adopt the definition because it's a principled approach that we don't adopt.
Thank you, Ms. Wicks. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, Mr. Chapman?
Thank you, Commissioner. Just briefly, if we're still on, could I ask the operator to go to document 003, just the prior page. Is the page prior to the one that Mr. Bender was just on. Mr. Bender asked you some questions, Ms. Wicks, about, as I have the note, in terms of the journalists working for the SBS, which definition of the three definitions would they be asked to use? And as I understood, you recall that question?
Yes.
And as I understood your response, was this is more in the nature of a context document.
Yes.
And that's consistent with what's referred to in the style guide. On the page that I'm looking for, which was the 003 reference, do you have that 003 reference? It doesn't seem to be appearing. Yes, it refers at the top. Can't turn it up right now, but the list of the three definitions.
Yes.
I thought my note was it was a 003. Though it expressly says in that document, my note is without adopting or endorsing any of these definitions, which you'd agree gives it the character of guidance only as a context
Correct.
document.
Yes.
Yeah. Just in terms, you were then asked some questions earlier by Council Assisting concerning SBS's editorial responsibility to its charter, and my note is that you responded that SBS's mandate is to, in your words, shine a light on racism, prejudice, and in all its forms. Do you recall that
Yes.
response? And just to be clear, that would include any anti-Semitism
Yes.
in that response. Thank you.
Yes.
You're taken to the topic of IRA and the definition, which has occupied some part of your evidence. To be clear, the IRA definition was included in the style guide in about March 2023, so prior to October 7th events.
Yes.
And in hearing Ms. Segal's earlier evidence, you heard Ms. Segal's earlier evidence,
Yes.
there was this criticism implicit in the public broadcasters about whether, in the absence of a definition, they would be sufficiently guided in their reporting on matters of anti-Semitism. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I gather you would not agree with that view?
No.
And in part, at least, because reporters have the benefit of both this the style guide as the principal source of editorial policy, together with this comprehensive contextual document in the form of the editorial guidance, which is issued from time to time, correct?
Yes.
And they present those documents, each of them in totality, a comprehensive view about to inform journalists' decisions as to editorial content.
Yes. To inform their knowledge of the issue.
Thank you. And the documents just come up now on your screen. The passage I was referring to in terms of the definitions, which is the premise of Mr. Bender's question, as
Yes.
I understood it, was without adopting or endorsing any in particular.
Correct.
Thank you. The last topic, Ms. Wicks, is the SBS Complaints Committee, which you were taken to, I think, by counsel assisting. So do I understand it that there is a procedure in place for decisions on the Ombudsman to be referred up for internal review?
Yes.
And that's to the Complaints Committee?
There is a complaints committee mechanism, yes.
Thank you. And you're a member of that committee?
I am, although the only time I recall we've done that was probably more than 10 years ago.
So more than 10 years? So not in your time as Division Director, but...
In my time as Division Director of Audio and Language Content, but not as News and Current Affairs.
So just if I didn't hear that evidence correctly, that was once in perhaps the last 10 years, did you say, or longer?
More than 10 years, probably.
So there's been only one occasion on which, as you understand it, that committee has convened to consider an internal review of an Ombudsman's decision?
Correct.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Yes. Something arising?
One matter arising, Ms. Wicks, are you aware, you asked some questions by the representative from ACMA
Yes.
of what would happen in circumstances in which ACMA upholds a complaint or deals with a complaint in a way that then sends it back to
Yes.
SBS. Are you aware of that happening in the period you've been director?
Not pertaining to my work.
Related to editorial content?
I think I understand that has happened.
Did that relate to any part of the Middle East conflict or issues
No.
involving anti-Semitism?
No.
Right, thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you, Ms. Wicks.
Thank
You are
you.
excused.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner, it is just before 4, but I propose that if it's convenient to you and to everyone, we press on with the last witness.
Yes, I think we'll proceed on that basis, Mr. Lancaster.
Thank you. Then I call Ms. Stockwell.
Will you be giving an oath or an affirmation?
Affirmation.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Ms. Stockwell, what's your full name, please?
Amy Justine Stockwell.
You're the SBS Ombudsman.
Yes,
You've prepared a written statement.
I have.
Dated 1 July 2026.
Correct.
The contents of that statement true and correct?
They are.
Commissioner, I tender the statement. Its ID is STAT.899.0094.0117.
Yes, the statement will be marked as an exhibit.
Ms Stockwell, when were you appointed to the role of SBS Ombudsman?
In 2022.
Could you briefly describe your professional background before that?
I have both a legal and media background.
And what?
I've served at SBS for 10 years.
Yes, right, thank you. Now, the role of the Ombudsman and its processes for handling complaints is set out in the SBS Code of Practice.
That's correct.
Complaints alleging breach of SBS's code are dealt with by the Ombudsman, that is as distinct from other sorts of complaint or feedback.
That's correct.
And you report to the Managing Director.
Yes.
And there's a measure of independence in your function from the SBS content divisions.
Mm-hmm.
Could you explain that independence?
Yes. So I'm structurally independent from the SBS content divisions. The Code of Practice, which contains my entire jurisdiction, calls on me to independently investigate code complaints. So a number of checks and balances to maintain my independence in that role.
Yeah. And could you address the checks and balances?
Yes, I can. So as I said, structural independence. So I don't engage with the content divisions or the development of content. I don't give advice on the development of that content. So I'm strictly downstream. I assess complaints when they come in. So mostly come in through a web form. To my office, I will assess whether they are a valid code complaint under Code 6. If so, they will stay with me. If they are general complaints or feedback, then they will go to SBS. So having that structural process allows me to decide the fate of those complaints, which means that I don't need to act as a liaison with audiences on behalf of SBS, that I am strictly in an investigation role. There is, as we've mentioned, a complaints committee process that I can refer to. There's the oversight of the SBS board, and of course we have a co-regulation model, so the ACMA are there. It's not a case of me marking my own homework, I mark somebody else's homework, then the ACMA marks mine.
Yes. And you referred to the complaints committee. That's a committee that consists of the Managing Director, you, the content directors, and the Director of Corporate Affairs, is that right?
Correct.
In what circumstances do you refer a complaint to that committee?
So yes, so either the content director refers a complaint to that committee, and that might be because they disagree with my finding, so that's a mechanism for them, and that one of those checks and balances on my power. They can refer that, or I can refer that, and that might be in the case of, well, perhaps if the division hasn't engaged effectively with the process, if we've not been able to reach an agreement, or in a circumstance where I think there's a benefit of this committee discussing a particular complaint. So there's something about the complaint that I think this group will benefit from that discussion, and that might be around community values, or whether something has moved on, say in terms of language, whether we need to discuss where the community is at the moment with respect to a particular level of language when it comes to classification. That might be when I would refer to that committee.
Is it right that a content director advised of an adverse decision by you in respect to particular content can then take that advice from you to the complaints committee for review?
That's correct. Yeah.
Does that create a risk of a committee that is comprised mainly of editorial staff reviewing an editorial appeal from your
Well, it's not
decision?
mainly editorial staff. There are also the Director of Corporate Affairs,
Right.
myself, and then the Managing Director who chairs that committee.
I see. So you don't consider that structure to create a risk of absence of independence or effectiveness of your role?
I think it creates an opportunity for lively discussion, and then the Managing Director would then make a decision.
Yes. There's you and another staff member in the Office of the Ombudsman of the SBS?
Correct. The role of the Ombudsman is often referred to as the loneliest role in any broadcaster.
And in particular at SBS, are you literally the only person that exercises the functions of the Ombudsman? It's not as though you have a supporting staff.
That's correct.
You've referred to the fact that all SBS employees are required to complete the SBS inclusion program, which includes about 10 hours of training, including
over 10 hours, yes.
anti-racism module. Is that right? Does that include any specific content relating to anti-Semitism?
No. So it's comprehensive inclusion training, and then on top of that there is training in anti-racism training plus training in the code of practice.
In light of the extent to which SBS coverage does include the Middle East conflict and also anti-Semitism in Australia, is consideration being given to training programs including specific modules or content in respect of anti-Semitism?
That would be outside my role, a matter for SBS.
You prepare regular reports to the board.
I do.
In your statement, you indicate that they're 6 monthly.
They are 6 monthly. Well, yes, August and February.
Yes. Now, in the reporting period for the second half of 2025, you indicated there are 157 code complaints received and investigated. Does that sound right?
In the second half of 2025?
Yes.
Yes.
July to December 25?
Yes. Oh, this is the most recent. Yes.
Most recent?
Yep.
Yep. That was a marked increase, I think you observed, from the previous year?
Yes.
And what do you attribute the marked increase in complaints to
So
SBS
a few different things. Obviously, we've just finished FY26. So this is the highest year in the last 6 years for valid code complaints. But the last time it was approaching this high was FY21. So, but yes, there has been an increase, a mix of things. The topics, global conflicts, contentious foreign policy, but also the advent of AI and the use of AI by complainants.
In other words, the multiplication of complaints that are to the same effect that you understand to be generated by automated means.
Sometimes, yes.
In that last 6 months of 2025, is it right that complaints about impartiality and accuracy were by far the dominant concern of complainants?
And that is almost always the case. So those two sort of duke it out for being audience's most common concern.
Your report also indicates that while most complaints are not upheld, code complainants tend to be satisfied with their investigation even if they don't agree with the outcome. Can you explain that general view that you have?
Sure. So so often when I send out a response, I will get a response back, and generally that shows a level of appreciation for the time that I have taken to review the matter, even if the complainant disagrees. I think it's easy to feel good about, someone giving you positive feedback if you've made a decision that they like, but often you're making decisions that people don't like. But if they still feel like they're heard, then I think that's an important part of the work. So there's that, but then there's also the ACMA advises how many complainants have escalated from a decision that I have made, and there haven't been too many of those. So that's another indication that complainants are generally satisfied with the process.
Can I bring up the report from August 2025?
I might need to look at it if we're going to be taken to the numbers.
Yes.
Thank you.
SBS.599.0001.0010. And this is your report of
August 25.
August
so
last
so
year. Yep.
that's not it. Here we go. Yep. So that's the full year report for FY25.
I see. Now, if we go to page 5 of the document that sets out
Yes.
Middle East code investigations in that almost 2-year period.
Yes.
And it indicates complaints were received about 86 pieces of content. 8 breaches were upheld. 5 for accuracy, 3 for balance and impartiality. And you've explained that 65 are the clear majority of the code complaints related to SBS's Eurovision broadcast and commentary.
Correct.
You've indicated at the right of the page complaints alleging a pro-Israeli broadcast or pro-Palestinian broadcast with their respective percentages. Do you take any general conclusion from that spread of complaint from both sides of the conflict, as it were?
I think we've talked a little bit today about complaint numbers.
Yes.
What I tend to focus on are complaints upheld,
Yes.
as opposed to the volume of complaints.
Yes. And what about the significance, if any, of the proportion of the complaints in terms of the allegation of impartiality or lack of impartiality?
The proportion of the complaints being about balance and impartiality?
Yeah. Well, the proportion, for example, without Eurovision in this.
Oh, right. Oh, I
pro-Israeli
understand. So, look, I mean, that's a very, you can imagine when looking at complaints, it's a fairly blunt instrument to decide whether someone is pro-Israeli or someone is pro-Palestinian. It's, because people may just be pro-fair reporting, which is reasonable. So yes, I note those trends, and in accordance with my role, I share those trends with the board.
Can I ask you about one particular example of an investigation into coverage by SBS of the conflict in the Middle East? And it is quite an old complaint, if I can put it that way. It's February 2023, but can I bring up the document SBSO.599.0001.0102?
Yes.
This is a letter that you sent to a person who'd made a complaint about a SBS News podcast that was published in January 2023 regarding a visit to Israel by the then US Secretary of State.
Correct.
The complainant was concerned that the podcast failed to mention that Palestinians killed by IDF soldiers were terrorists, and that the podcast claimed that IDF soldiers were terrorists, right? And on page 2, you rejected the second concern on the basis that you found there was no claim in the podcast that IDF soldiers were terrorists.
That's right.
In relation to the first concern, your finding was that this related to casualties over the month of January 2023, and the podcast had not identified whether the Palestinians killed were civilians or combatants, right? But this was acceptable given the Secretary of State's visit was the focus of the podcast, not an analysis of casualties.
That's right.
But the reason I take you to this complaint is you then independently identified a breach of the code in your review of the material.
I did.
And could you explain what you found?
So, when I looked at this particular podcast, I found that there had been a description of the killing of a Palestinian man. According to Palestinian authorities, that was committed by IDF soldiers, but it did not include in its first reference the IDF position on that shooting. 2 minutes later, it did include that information. It told the story again in a way that had both the Palestinian perspective and the IDF perspective, but I considered that those two, they read like two different stories, and there was an absence of a relevant and material perspective in the reporting, so I found it to be in breach of the code.
And that would reflect your general practice in reviewing content that's the subject of a complaint. In other words, if the particular circumstances in your view warranted it, you not constrained in any way from independently identifying breaches of the code.
I look at the content and I look at the code,
Yeah.
and I apply the code to the content.
Right. And in this particular case that I've taken you to, I think there was an issue by SBS of an apology, and that the Director of News and Current Affairs took it further with the relevant journalist.
The training and the content was removed.
Thank you. Now, you have also been in the hearing room today.
I've
parts of today.
listened to most of the hearing, yes.
You heard the Special Envoy suggest that the Ombudsman offices of the public broadcasters might be re-established as an independent external body rather than within the respective organisations.
Yes.
Can I ask first, is there any part of the current arrangements at SBS that you are concerned infringe on your independence or ability to discharge your ombudsman functions?
Look, the existence of an internal media ombudsman is well established internationally. I think that the first internal media ombudsman was in a Tokyo newspaper in 1922. So the idea is well established globally. There are media ombudsmen around the world. There is a community of practice with that group. In Australia, SBS has had an ombudsman for 21 years. So it's been designed and tested and refined over that period. So I think that as an ombudsman, I am open to feedback and to new ideas and ways to do things better. But I think this model of co-regulation, where there is an internal media ombudsman who is separate from the content divisions, but also still part of that ecosystem, so that the audience has a very strong voice within the organisation and is able to provide that voice back into that ecosystem, matched with a strong public regulator that sits outside that to make sure that that process is working effectively.
And from your perspective, it has been and is operating effectively so far as SBS is concerned, is that right?
Well, I think so far as SBS and SBS's audiences are concerned.
Thank you, Ms. Stockwell. I don't have any further questions.
Yes. Mr. Captain?
Yes, very briefly, Commissioner. Ms. Stockwell, you've probably heard that together with Ms. Heath, I appear for the Commonwealth, which
Yes.
includes ACMA. If a complaint has been referred to ACMA and ACMA upholds that complaint,
Yes.
what options are available to SBS with respect to the implementation of ACMA's findings and conclusions on that complaint?
What options? I think SBS has many options
Can
depending on the nature of
yes.
the finding.
Yeah, can it ignore the findings? Can it implement them?
I think SBS would look. It would depend on what the finding was, and SBS would have any number of options. So there is I note that you asked earlier whether there was a particular policy
Yes.
about what SBS would do. There is no policy. So it would depend on the finding.
Depend on the finding.
Yep.
SBS isn't compelled by law to implement ACMA's findings and conclusions. Is that your understanding?
I think
of the
that ACMA may direct under this is the Broadcasting Services Act.
Yes.
May make a recommendation under that
Yes.
act, and then there may be some ministerial direction powers in there as well.
Is it your understanding that SBS can choose not to adopt ACMA's recommendations?
I would say that is an option open to SBS, but I also know that SBS takes its regulatory obligations very seriously. So,
yes, I understand. Yeah. In paragraph 31 of your statement, you referred to the board's Codes Review Committee.
Mm-hmm.
What are the functions of that committee?
So under the SBS Act, the board has obligations to make and publicise codes and guidelines about SBS's editorial content. They are supported in that work by the Code Review Committee. One of the things the board must do is reflect SBS's community. There's lots of people on the board who have lived experience and that assist them to do that work. Then the Code Review Committee specifically works with SBS management to develop those codes and guidelines.
And is the content of those codes of practice
Mm-hmm.
informed in any way by any research published by ACMA or conclusions that ACMA has reached in the conduct of its investigations into particular complaints that have been referred to it?
Absolutely. So I think in terms of research, any research about, say, what audiences want
Yes.
is very important to take into account. So certainly in developing, in undertaking the most recent code review, definitely ACMA research is an important consideration in that process.
And I take it, given your reference to that position paper, what audiences want, the board's Codes Review Committee is familiar with that paper?
Certainly formed part of the discussions and the papers that were discussed by that committee and that informed the development of that work.
And that includes the development of the 2026 Code of Practice?
Yes.
How often does the committee meet?
I think so I want to say 3 times a year. I'm obliged to meet with them once a year, but in practice I meet with them on all meetings.
Thank you, Ms Stockwell. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Yes, Mr. Chapman?
Thank you, Commissioner. Just very briefly, Mr Stockwell, you were taken by counsel assisting to reference to the evidence of the Special Envoy concerning the proposal for the external model. You recall that? And as I recall, the Special Envoy's evidence, it was a external model proposed by her by reference to other industries, not necessarily media, correct? Is that your recollection?
Mm-hmm.
Now, just this community of ombudsmen is my note of what you said. Is that a reference to an organised group of media ombudsmen specifically?
Yes, the Organisation of News Ombuds and Standard Editors.
Excellent. And do you and they meet annually?
Yes, so they meet annually. I'm on the board, so I meet regularly with other ombudsmen, media ombudsmen from around the world.
And you gave the Commission an example, I think you referred to it as the Tokyo example of the one of the first internal
1922.
ombudsman models. Can you just give the Commission a sense of how many in this gathering or this group are internal as opposed to external?
So
Proportionate?
I probably couldn't give a proportion, but it is quite common in certainly public broadcasters like the CBC to have a role like this. And the BBC has something very similar. It's called an editorial complaints director. It goes by lots of different names. It might be a reader's editor or a public editor, PBS, NPR. Like a lot of the most trusted media organisations in the world use this internal media ombudsman model.
Thank you. And could you just offer a view, if you would, on the principal advantages of this internal model as you see it over, for example, an external model?
I think I mentioned a few of them earlier. There is an important, give an example. So is it a bit awkward to line up in a coffee queue with someone who might be investigating your work? Yes. But is it also important to see that person in the coffee queue and understand that the culture of SBS is accountability and that this role exists within the organisation? So I think that there's an important element of having that presence within the organisation, someone who understands the audiences, someone who is able to give voice to the audiences, but also who understands the particular work of SBS, broadcasting in over 60 languages, meeting the needs of many, many communities. So it makes sense to have someone who is within the organisation but operating independently to make sure that that there's a level of accountability and fidelity with audiences.
And in your experience, you have no concern that the internal system as it's operating at SBS or indeed ABC is infringing on your independence in any way?
No, it is a job that is well established. As I said, the loneliest job in any broadcaster. It's a difficult job, but it is an important job.
Those are my questions. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Anything arising? Thank you, Ms. Stockwell. You are excused. And the Commission will now adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.